to you all. Welcome to the second day of the 6th Kuwait ERM Conference. Let's start again to remind us all of the ground rules. All sessions are recorded and will be available online after the conference. If you have any questions, comments, you can utilize either the chat, the Zoom webinar, and there's also the conference platform chat. You can put your questions in there and we'll try to get to them at the end of each session. Also, attendees will be receiving a certificate if you attend both days sessions and fill the performance or the assessment, the conference assessment form that you will be receiving on the email. Today's first session titled Risk Culture. So what is risk culture? It's the norms of behavior for individuals and groups within the organization determines collectively ability to identify and understand, openly discuss and act on the organization current issues. So how do we behave every day? Is ERM is part of our thinking. It's not, I mean, we all have cash flow at risk. We have our policies, we have our RAROC, but it's really important that we embed the ERM culture within our entire staff. Our first speaker is Mrs. Hassal Junaidel. She's the Manager of Risk Management, Business Process Development at Petrochemical Industries Company. And she's also the Vice Chair of the ERM community or KPC ERM community. She has a Bachelor of Science and Master's and degree in Chemical Engineering. She's could you please mute your microphones? Diversified experience in marketing, project management, and specifically over 12 years in ERM. Hassa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Aziz, for the nice introduction. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good morning, everybody. During my presentation, I'll talk about the ERM community in the oil sector. As a start, I will define what is the ERM, what is the community. Community is a group of people sharing professional or common practices within a larger population. When we say community, and in a single word, mean unity. And the community usually characterized by they are social in nature, involve a network of people, they have a common goal, supportive and aware of their roles, seeking ways to develop and grow. Why we should establish a community? Working as a group of experts in the field rather than individual. Build a bigger network of people, so reduce the duplication of efforts. Create opportunities for open dialogue within and outside the perspective. Welcome and allow different level of participation in the community itself. Share common value within a specific area of the community. So this is now the definition of the community itself. Now I will leave you with a nice documentary video, 4 minutes. This video talk about the idea of establishing of the first Kuwaiti school, Al-Mubarakiya school. This video represents a community work in Kuwait with a volunteer effort from Kuwaiti people.
فيه إرادة شعب وضمير أمة لنداء العصر وصنع المستقبل. نهضة علمية وثقافية، تطور في شتى مناحي الحياة، كلها ثمار بذرة زرعها الآباء والأجداد منذ 100 عام. رجال عشقوا تراب هذا الوطن واجتمعوا على حبه منذ قديم الزمان. ونظراً لموقع الكويت الاستراتيجي كأحد المحطات التجارية الهامة منذ القرن ال19 واحتكاك الكويتيين بشعوب وحضارات أخرى، انتشرت الكتاتيب على أيدي بعض رجال الدين. ولأن المجتمع الكويتي كان يمر بتحولات اقتصادية وسياسية وثقافية في مطلع القرن العشرين، برزت الحاجة الملحة إلى خطوة جديدة تقفز بالمجتمع قفزة واضحة نحو الحياة الحضرية المتكاملة. وفي ظل هذه الإرهاصات التقدمية، كانت الكويت على موعد مع يوم الاحتفال بالمولد النبوي الشريف في 22 من مارس من عام 1910 في ديوانية الشيخ يوسف بن عيسى القناعي رحمه الله.
قصة المولد النبوي على صاحبه أفضل الصلاة والسلام. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
حياك الله يا شيخ محمد وجزاك الله ألف خير. الصراحة كلنا استفدنا من معلوماتك الطيبة.
جزاك الله بخير يا أبو عبد الله. أنا أقول إن الشيخ محمد بن جنيدل متبحر ومتفقه بعلوم الدين. ولا إيش رأيكم يا جماعة؟
يا جماعة الخير الهدوء لو سمحت. يا أخوان، شنو فائدة السماع للقصة من غير ما نقتدي برسول الله محمد صلى الله عليه وآله وصحبه وسلم؟ يا جماعة الخير، إن القصد من هذا المولد الشريف هو الاقتداء برسول الله محمد صلى الله عليه وآله وصحبه وسلم، وإن نعرف سيرته حق المعرفة. ما نقدر نعرف حق المعرفة إلا بتعلمها. لابد من سراج يضيء هذا الطريق المظلم، ولا سراج كالعلم، ولا علم إلا بوجود مدارس ومدرسين يفيدون عيالنا. يا جماعة الخير، يا الوقت اللي نتعاون فيه ونحط ايدنا بيد بعض ونأسس مدرسة تربي عيالنا وتدرسهم وتفيدهم وتطلعهم من عالم الجهل.
صدقت يا سيد ياسين، وكل ابونا نبي مدرسة يتعلمون فيها عيالنا. اي والله نبي مدرسة يتعلمون فيها عيالنا، احنا مو اقل من الدول اللي حوالينا.
إذا كان السيد ياسين الطبطبائي قد أثر في السامعين كثيراً كونهم يشاركونه هذا الحلم من أجل مستقبل وطنهم وأبنائهم، إلا أن حديث السيد الطبطبائي قد أثر بصورة أعمق في عقل وفكر الشيخ يوسف بن عيسى القناعي في سبيل إنشاء وتأسيس نظام تعليمي يواكب تطلعات أهل الكويت.
الحقيقة أنا تأثرت من كلامه وحبيت الحق. أخذت أفتكرها في الليلة في مسعى مبارك.
ظل الشيخ يوسف القناعي يفكر في الطريقة التي يحقق بها هذه الأمنية وذلك الحلم، وكتب مذكرة بين فيها فضل العلم والتعلم ومضار الجهل وقيمة التعاون لإنجاز هذا المشروع. وابتدأ الشيخ يوسف بن عيسى القناعي التبرع للمشروع بمبلغ 50 روبية لم يكن يملكها حينذاك كما قال في مذكرته:
وإنني أبتدئ التبرع لهذا المشروع المتمثل بإنشاء المدرسة بمبلغ 50 روبية. لست أمتلكها في التو واللحظة، وأدعو الله العلي القدير أن ييسر الأمور لدفعها في حين.
ودفعها بعد أن يسرها الله له، وشرع في الاستعانة بالأهالي وعرض فكرته عليهم التي لاقت قبولا واسعا لديهم. وكانت بداية جمع التبرعات لإنشاء المدرسة حين عرض الشيخ يوسف بن عيسى القناعي المذكرة التي كتبها على صديقه شملان بن علي بن سيف بن علي. وسرعان ما يعود شملان بن علي إلى منزل صديقه الشيخ يوسف القناعي.
ياك اللي عند الباب ياك، لا إله إلا الله، ياك وياك الله.
السلام عليكم. وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. ابشر يا شيخ يوسف. خير ولا أخوك؟ بشرني.
هذه 5000 روبية من آل خالد، وهذه 5000 روبية ثانية من هلال فجحان المطيري. أما ال 5000 هذه فتبرع مني أنا لإنشاء المدرسة.
ما شاء الله ما شاء الله، الله أكبر. هذول أهل الكويت، أهل فزعة ونخوة. لكن ولا أخوك.
لا تحمل هم يا شيخ يوسف، لا تحمل هم، وإن شاء الله المرة الجاية بجيب لك زود.
أنا عندي اقتراح ثاني. إيش رأيك لو نخلي أهل الكويت يساهمون في هالمشروع الشعبي؟ أقصد يحسون في قيمة المشروع.
Okay, so now the inspiration and main message from Mubarakia School video is that the community established the school proactively once they understood the need for it. Also, if you can see the spirit and the spirit of cooperation and generosity are distinctive feature in Kuwait's society. As you know, Kuwait is considered as a pioneer in the field of volunteer work. Where are many volunteer organizations formed in Kuwait, like the first direct aids, engineer, accountant, and the pilot. So these community are continuously contributing the development and uplifting the society on a larger scale. So now, when we transfer to the ERM community. But before that, most people, they get confused between what's the difference between committee versus the community. Actually, there are some aspects of similarity between the committee and the community. The committee is a group of concerned people from responsible parties working to achieve a specific task, and they are almost belong to the same field of work. But in the community group of people with a common interest who work voluntarily together. Not necessarily they are belong to the same work field, but their objective to have a mutual interest in that field. The work of committee end with the achievement of the established task and timeline, but for the community, it's a continuous relation. So this is the difference between committee and community. Now we'll talk about the ERM community initiation. The ERM community were launched in 2017 as a part of K Company Community of Practice initiatives from KBC. Total 13 communities, and each K company leading certain communities. BIC has been selected to be lead ERM community from 2017 until now. So this is the initiation of the ERM community in oil sector. What is our mission for the ERM community? To bring people together to share risk knowledge in oil and gas sector in Kuwait. Our objective, to encourage professional development, sponsor knowledge sharing, networking, sharing best practices. This is the ERM community governance. We have the sponsor, BIC is sponsoring the ERM community. We have the ERM community board, which is team formed from the K company. We have supporting departments such as IT and communication. So this is our governance for the ERM community. This is the community board. The chairman is Mr. Shafi Al-Ajmi, DCO Admin and Finance at BIC. The vice chairman is me, and we have some selective member from the risk manager department from the K company. The ERM community membership, the membership is open for all employee and contractor in K company. For registration, you can contact us as on erm@bic.com.kw, and you should get an acceptance email from the ERM community working team. And this is the announcement. If anyone can join, please contact us on this email. On the right side, this is the form for the community membership. We have two types of membership, gold membership and silver membership. They are almost the same, but in the gold membership, you can be a volunteer for organizing the event with the ERM community and participate in conducting the activities. But both of them, they have full access to the ERM community portal, enhance the peer networking. This is statistical about the membership, community membership. We have until now 162 membership. 72%, which is 116 member from the non-ERM, and the 46 from the ERM department, which give a good indication that we are more in the networking. In the ERM community, we define the 5 focus group, and we distribute them to the K company. Like for the risk assessment, KIPIC is leading. For the cash flow at risk, KBC is leading. REROC, BIC is leading, and COFBIC is support. Risk culture, KMBC is leading. For the business continuity, KOC is leading. This is the portal for the community. You see the breakdown. We have the announcement, we have the news, gallery, videos, discussion, wiki, all documents uploaded in the portal. Now I will talk about the memory lane from 1718 until 2021, what the ERM community achievement. For 1718, we organized the first event, and we invite all K company employees. We talk about the community itself, the concept itself, the importance of volunteer networking, governance, activities, and membership. And we invite an external speaker from National Bank of Kuwait to talk about the risk management. For the second event, we invite Mrs. Kawthar Al-Jouan, Head of Women Association and of Development and Peace, talk about the Kuwaiti communities during the invasion, which is Kuwait war invasion. And also we have external speaker from Kuwait University, Dr. Amani Bougammas. She talked about the concept of risk management in construction. Also, we conducted a focus group workshop, like BIC conducted REROC workshop, KBC, they conducted cash flow at risk workshop, KMBC, they conducted risk culture workshop. Also KOC, they conduct a risk assessment workshop, and also they organize a seminar and networking event at Ahmed Al Jaber Oil and Gas Exhibition. For the year 1819, ERM community organized a seminar with international speaker from ERIMI, Singapore, Mr. Mark Sronis, Chief Risk Strategist, talk about what is the future of ERM, and we invite all ERM community members. Also for the year 1819, also we conduct an event. We invited Dr. Rufaida Al-Maian from Kuwait University. She talked about 2018 Global Risk Report. And also we invite the advisor polypropylene marketing, and he talked about the polypropylene market price volatility. Also, we conduct again another focus group workshop, REROC, cash flow at risk. And we organize a second event for the community, and we invite all the members. We invite Citigroup Bank. They talk about project finance overview. And we invite Mr. Walid Al-Mkhazi, Manager of Crude Oil Sales. He talk about managing the marketing risk in oil sector. Also, Mr. Hamad Zwayer, Manager Gas Operation Group, KOC, talk about managing strategic risk of North Kuwait gas export pipelines. During the COVID, also we conduct a seminar, 16 December 2020 through Microsoft Teams, how to prepare for the world after COVID-19. And he talked about what does 2020 looks like, what will be post-COVID-19 world look like, how to prepare for another COVID-19 type risk, how to prepare for the COVID-19, post-COVID-19. So now this is my last slide. Also, I have another video, which this video talk about the community, and you will see in the video community member, they are telling what is the community.
منذ تأسيس دولتنا الحبيبة الكويت تواصلت النهضة التنموية في جميع المجالات، وتحولت البلاد خلالها إلى مركز حضاري مشرق يستند في بنائه على قيم حب الوطن والإخلاص والعطاء. تلك القيم التي تشكل دعامات أساسية تتميز بها دولة الكويت وتكسبها طابعاً استثنائياً. ومع استمرار مسيرة النهضة في الكويت التي شملت كافة القطاعات، شهد القطاع النفطي اتساعاً وتطوراً بدعم من الدولة ومؤسساتها وبجهود من أبناء القطاع وقياداته. فقد حرص هذا القطاع منذ تأسيسه على الاهتمام بأعظم مورد، وهو العنصر البشري، انطلاقاً من أن بناء الإنسان يساهم في بناء الوطن. من هنا كان حرص القطاع النفطي على وضع استراتيجية فعالة تشمل إنشاء المشاريع الضخمة وتسعى إلى تكامل العمل كمنظومة مترابطة. ومن أجل تحقيق ذلك كان إنشاء مختلف المبادرات الداعمة، ومن بينها تأسيس المجتمعات المهنية المختلفة في القطاع النفطي في دولة الكويت. وهنا نلقي الضوء على أحد المجتمعات المهنية، مجتمع إدارة المخاطر الشاملة في القطاع النفطي بدولة الكويت. وننطلق الآن معكم في جولة للتعرف على مجتمع إدارة المخاطر الشاملة.
تتمثل رسالة مجتمع إدارة المخاطر الشاملة في تقريب الأفراد بهدف المشاركة في معارف المخاطر في دولة الكويت في مجال النفط والغاز، وكذلك يهدف المجتمع إلى خلق شبكة تواصل قوية لبناء لتبادل الخبرات والمعارف في مجال إدارة المخاطر الشاملة، واللي يتم تطبيقها كل في عمله ومجاله.
في الوحدة قوة وفي العطاء سعادة، ومن خلال العمل المجتمعي يتم تبادل الخبرات المتنوعة الممزوجة بروح العمل الجماعي، مما يحقق نتائج أفضل ويساعد على تخطي التحديات التي قد تواجهنا. فلنلهم ونقدم النصيحة ونساهم بوقتنا وخبراتنا.
نطمح في مجتمع إدارة المخاطر الشاملة أن يتحدثوا بلغة واحدة، وذلك لتقريب الأفكار ولتكامل الأدوار، ليكون لكل منا دور في المشاركة في تعريف المخاطر والتحليل السليم لها، وكذلك للدعم وتحسين اتخاذ القرار من خلال بناء الكفاءات في مفاهيم وأدوات إدارة المخاطر الشاملة.
العضوية في إدارة المخاطر الشاملة لا تقتصر فقط على موظفي إدارة المخاطر، فهذا المجتمع يرحب بالموظفين من جميع الشركات النفطية والدوائر، مما يثري هذا المجتمع بأشخاص من خلفيات وخبرات متنوعة. فالمخاطر هي مسؤولية الجميع بالشركة، وكل منا مسؤول عن المخاطر في دائرته، وهو أفضل من يعرفها ويحللها ويعالجها.
إننا نؤمن بأنه لا يمكننا الحصول على أفضل المخرجات وتحقيق الأهداف بدون توسيع نطاق شبكة إدارة المخاطر الشاملة لتغطي العاملين في مختلف أقسام القطاع النفطي. ومن هنا فإننا ندعوكم للمبادرة والانضمام إلى مجتمع إدارة المخاطر الشاملة، الذي يساهم من خلاله كل عضو في المجتمع بدور مهم في نشر ثقافة المخاطر وترسيخها. حفظ الله الكويت وشعبها من كل مكروه.
Thank you very much, Hassai. I believe you concluded your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very informative. A nice video.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. John Brown. He's a registered professional engineer, RIMS certified risk management professional, project management professional with over 2 decades of deep risk management experience in large global company. He brings pragmatic expertise in enterprise and operational risk management and resilience. His understanding of the culture and psychological aspects of risk was instrumental in designing processes, tools, and techniques that work globally. John, the microphone and the camera is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
We hear you perfectly.
Excellent, excellent. I will start my presentation now. I will spend the next few minutes talking about risk perception, the importance of it, and how we can use it to understand how each of us perceives risks differently, and how we can use that information to improve our risk management programs. First off, what is risk perception and what affects it? Perception is the lens through which we view reality. Our perception may be far from that reality. And this is an important aspect to keep in mind as we design and implement risk management programs. Factors affecting risk perception may include our education, our political beliefs, our gender, our age, our religious beliefs, our childhood experiences, even our work experiences. This session will explore risk perception and, importantly, its effect on risk management. During this session, did also want to mention that a lot of this material was developed before the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic highlights significantly the impact of risk perception, and we'll explore some of that in addition to other aspects of risk perception. Some people believe COVID-19 is not real. Well, somebody says my brother had COVID-19 and was ill for weeks. I may feel I won't catch COVID-19. On the other hand, I may be afraid that I will catch it. I may believe that even if I do catch COVID-19, it won't be any worse than the normal flu. Some believe that masks don't work and they're too confining. Others believe that masks limit the transmission of the virus and are a very important tool to limit the spread. Vaccines. Some believe that the vaccine is very effective. Others believe that the vaccine is more dangerous than catching COVID. Why do all these different perceptions exist? We'll explore some of these within this session. First, I'll cover an overview of risk perception, give some examples, dig a little bit deeper, and then finally give some ideas on how to compensate for the way each of us perceives risks differently. First off, what does risk mean? What is risk? We'll take a look at an ISO definition. Risk is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. The magnitude of risk is defined as a combination of likelihood of occurrence and consequence. Two very important concepts here. First is that risk is nothing more than uncertainty. Second, risk is defined as a combination of likelihood of occurrence and the consequence of the risk if it does occur. Let's take a look at what that means. Again, risk level is a combination of likelihood and consequence. This defines the level of risk. How we perceive the likelihood and or the consequence of a risk is important on how we define the level of that risk. And that is important because it helps us understand which risks we should prioritize and concentrate on. If we perceive risks differently than what the reality is, we could be focusing on the wrong risks. This is a very important concept to keep in mind. Our perception will make us believe that a risk may be more likely than it is, or it may lead us to believe that the consequences will be more severe than they actually are. And that affects how we run our risk management programs. In reality, risks typically exist on a continuum of likelihood consequence pairs. For instance, we could have a high likelihood of a low impact risk. For example, a magnitude 2 earthquake happens all the time. Consequences are very minor. On the other hand, we may have a very low likelihood of a very high consequence risk, like the Great Japan earthquake. What happens many times is that we will pair the high likelihood with a high consequence and call the risk level that combination. In reality, that combination does not exist, and we will focus on the wrong risks because of this. So you may ask, it's a good question. What is the correct combination of likelihood and consequence? Well, it depends. Experience tells us which one we should use for our risk management programs, and at times it's beneficial to actually include two different risks. One that is a high likelihood but low consequence, such as in worker safety, some slips, trips, and falls happens frequently, but the consequences are typically small. On the other hand, we will also include a low likelihood but high consequence risk, such as a forklift accident. We will treat those two different risks differently, but it's important to understand that they are the same underlying risk, just different characteristics. Let's take a look at two examples. Consider mobile phones in driving. Originally, it was considered that holding a mobile phone in your hand while you were driving distracted you from driving and increased the risk. So that had a likelihood consequence curve associated with it. So we developed hands-free operation of mobile devices while we're driving. Our perceived risk level then was that that's lower. Reality shows and research substantiates that the real risk is the way our minds process information, voice, thoughts. That's where the real risk is. So what has happened is that by hands-free devices, we feel we're safer, but in reality, we have increased societal risk. Take a look at another example, risks relative to the Shuttle Challenger accident. There's a big difference of opinion in what is the probability of a failure that has severe consequences. Estimates range from 1 in 100 to 1 in 100,000. The higher risk levels came from working engineers who probably understand the situation much more than management. Management thought that 1 in 100,000 was the right. That means you could launch a shuttle every day for 274 years and only have one catastrophic accident. So what are the causes and consequences of this lack of agreement? It's risk perception, and we'll talk about some of those aspects now. What affects our perception of risks? Somebody walks into a chemical processing plant or an oil refinery, all that machinery, all that noise, they believe there's a huge risk there. On the other hand, those engineers who design and operate those plants, they know all the safety devices, they know all the safety protocols, and they feel that there's very low risks. Similarly, hydrogen tank storage. Hydrogen's a very volatile gas. Tanks like this could be perceived as high risk. Others who understand there's a lot of safety devices behind that may feel it's a very low risk. What about vaccine? And this one's relative to COVID. What is the risk of that vaccine? What are the benefits compared to the risks? Some people believe that's a very dangerous vaccine to take. Others think it's the best thing that we can do to help control the pandemic. So what affects our perception of these risks? There are really three groups of factors, and we will discuss each of these individually. First is heuristics. These are shortcuts in our thought process. Second is biases, the way we view risks that are affected by our experiences in life and our thoughts. And then finally, emotions. Just the way we feel about situations can affect how we perceive risks. So all of these three groups, heuristics, biases, and emotions, can and do affect how we perceive risks. Let's take a look at heuristics. These are practical problem-solving methods that serve as shortcuts in our cognitive thinking. When we encounter a new situation, we typically use a methodical approach to define the circumstances and take a step-by-step approach to obtain more information, analyze it, make decisions, obtain additional information until we're comfortable we have enough understanding of the situation to arrive at a solution. So diagrammatically, it looks like this. We have an initiating event. We go to step B, we get additional information, analyze it, go to step C, repeat more information, more analysis, until we finally arrive at the solution X in this case. Now, a heuristic allows us to bypass all of these individual steps and go to the solution directly. We will use heuristics if we are entered into a situation that looks similar to something we experienced in the past, and we will go directly to solution X. If the current situation is aligned to the foundation of our heuristic, this is good because it saves us time. On the other hand, if we had gone step by step and found new information because the original event was slightly different than what we knew before, we may find new information that will take us to a different intermediate step and to a completely different situation or solution. This is where heuristics can get us into challenging situations if we rely on heuristics too much in our risk management programs. Now let's talk about cognitive bias. Cognitive bias is defined as a systematic pattern of deviation from norm or rationality in judgment. We expect that we use rational judgment processes when we're presented with the risk. And yet there are biases, certainty bias, choice supportive bias, and we'll talk about these two specifically in future slides. How about pro-innovator bias? If we're strong on innovation, we may downplay or ignore risks. Confirmation bias. If we're presented with information that confirms our position, we'll rely on that. We will ignore information that does not confirm our bias. Anchoring bias. Typically, the first piece of data that we come across provides a basis against measuring all other information. Availability bias. The more recent the information we have, the more we put credence to it. Conservatism bias. If we're risk averse, we will consider that there's more risk than what actually exists. And then finally, optimism bias. We always believe that something good will happen, even though the facts may say differently. So we'll talk about choice supportive bias and confirmation bias, or I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there. We'll move on to choice supportive bias. This is when we make a decision, such as purchasing a new vehicle or deciding on a business strategy, we tend to discount new information that doesn't support our decision. We go through data gathering, analyses, weigh the pros and cons. We make a decision, we lock into it, and we're all happy about that. Subsequent to that decision, we're presented with new information. Some of that may support our decision. Some of it may not support or be unsupportive of our decision. Choice supportive bias leads us to discount to the point of ignoring the unsupportive data, even though that unsupportive data may lead us to changing our decision. Choice supportive bias makes us discount it and ignore it. Certainty bias. Good example here is 600 people are infected with a powerful virus, and a decision must be made as to a treatment program. Group 1 was asked to choose between two treatment programs. If program A is adopted, 200 people will be saved. If program B is adopted, there's a third probability that 600 people will be saved, and 2/3 probability that no people will be saved. Group 2 was also asked to choose between two treatment programs. Program C, if adopted, 400 people will die. Program D, if adopted, there's a third probability nobody will die, and 2/3 probability that 600 people will die. In reality, programs A, B, C, and D are essentially the same. Yet it's how those decisions and choices are worded and the way we view risk based on certainty led people in Group 1 majority to prefer program A. In Group 2, the majority preferred program D. Well, why is this? It's a certainty bias. Program A, if adopted, 200 people absolutely will be saved. in group 2, program C, if adopted, 400 people will die. Well, we don't want that. So we will take program D, which says, well, there's a chance we'll save people, but there's also a larger chance that everybody will die. Again, all programs A, B, C, and D are essentially the same, but the certainty bias leads us to choose based on the certainty of events and solutions. Now, real quickly, emotional factors. Here are some themes from How Risky Is It Really by David Ropik. Emotional factors have a large impact on how we perceive risks. Here's a few examples. Risk versus benefit. The greater the perceived benefit, the smaller the risk will seem. But if there's little perceived benefit, the associated risk will feel bigger. What about choice? Are we exposed to a risk by our own choosing, like the risk of injury due to bungee jumping, or involuntarily due to exposure to a potentially harmful chemical at your workplace? And what about personification? Is it just a statistic, or is it a human being with a face, or perhaps a relative that we know? That changes our perception of the risk. Let's take a little closer look at one of these. Can it happen to me? September 11th, 2001 changed Americans' feelings about terrorist activity impacting them. Other emotion-driven situations include the Boston Marathon bombing, heart disease, and the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Let's take a look at heart disease. If we eat a healthy diet, if we get adequate exercise, typically that will lead to a healthy heart. But, you know, we don't necessarily like to eat healthy foods and maybe not taste as good as we'd like. Exercise is hard to do. I don't like to get up early in the morning. At the end of the day, I'm too tired. So I don't eat a healthy diet. I don't eat exercise. I don't believe that's going to affect me. And yet typically it does lead to a greater risk of heart disease. Now, let's take a look at something that's very close to us, the COVID-19 pandemic. Can it happen to me? Some people still believe COVID-19 is not real, yet it's pretty easy to control. Vaccination, wearing masks, and keeping physically distant from people. And yet, some people still believe COVID won't happen to me, or COVID symptoms aren't bad, nothing worse than the normal flu, or there's too much risk in taking the vaccine. So these are perceptions that people have based on emotions. I read articles all the time about people saying, I wished I had the vaccine. I was on a ventilator for 4 weeks, or I lost my brother to COVID. It's because they didn't believe in COVID and the steps that could be taken to limit exposure to it or being infected by COVID. Well, given all of this, how do we compensate for this risk perception? There are some simple steps. I will just list a few here, and there's quite a bit of research and in-use practice of these calibration exercises to help us understand the differences in the way we perceive risks, adjusting likelihood and consequence scales to take into account different risk perception, asking the same question in multiple ways or at different times can help uncover differences in perception about risks. Ensuring that our risk management process is continuous so that we're constantly looking at the likelihood and consequence of risks so that different views of that risk based on our biases and situations around us can be taken into account. And many times technology can help too to compensate for biases and risk perception. Just want to leave us with a few parting quotes to help reinforce risk perception and its impact on our risk management programs. From The Black Swan by Nicholas Taleb, we will tend to more easily remember those facts from our past that fit our narrative, while we tend to neglect others that do not appear to play a causal role. Another quote, this one from The Failure of Risk Management by Douglas Hubbard. Experience is memory-based, and we are very selective regarding what we choose to remember. Remember the availability bias? The more recent information we have, we tend to put more credence to than information that may be several years old. Another quote from The Black Swan, scarcity and need will increase the value of an item. An abundance of that same item makes it much less valuable. Everybody in the oil industry is very aware of this. And then finally, another quote from the failure of risk management. We tend to remember extremes in our experience and not the mundane. Many of us still remember the Great Japan earthquake, but we don't remember or really care for those lower magnitude earthquakes or other disasters that had less of an impact. So this was a very quick tour of risk perception, what it is, and what it means to our risk management programs. So I appreciate your attention. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, John. That was very good. And especially in the days of COVID-19, risk perception played a major, major role. Our next guest is Mr. Horst Simon. He's been in the banking and professional services industries for over 20 years. He's at the forefront of the future of risk management with risk management concepts, risk culture, building programs that disrupt and transform organization to build sustainable competitive advantage. Since 2010, he's the risk management consultant and trainer. And most recently, he was a full-time director trainer with Moody's Analytical, where he delivered non-financial risk management training. Mr. Simon, a risk culture builder. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate once again in the ERM conference for Kuwait. I still remember the good old days when we had the very first one, and I was still living in Dubai, and I was able to participate from Dubai in person. So with the help of technology, it is great to join you from the southern parts of Africa, where I am now living back home in Namibia. So today we're going to talk about the maturity levels and the relevance of that into building an effective risk culture. It is great to look at the biases and that perception, and I think even yesterday's discussion around the HR matters focused quite a lot on what I'm going to be sharing with you with regards to the different levels of maturity. But I'll kick off with a short 2 videos and just to put that all into context.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Management Board of Wirecard AG, I would like to provide the following statement. To begin with, however, I would like to introduce our new member on the Management Board, James Fries. Welcome on board. And now on the statement. As the Management Board of Wirecard AG, we issue the following statement on current events. We have been informed by our auditor EY in Germany that an audit opinion for the annual financial statements for the fiscal year 2019 requires further audit procedures due to spurious bank confirmations. This is due to notifications to the auditor EY from 2 banks that manage trustee accounts. The 2 banks have taken over the management of the trust accounts since 2019 following a change of trustee. Both banks have an investment grade rating from Moody's or S&P. According to EY, there are indications that the auditors have been presented with incorrect balance confirmations for fraudulent purposes by a trustee or from the area of these banks. The trustee, who has been mandated since 2019, is in continuous contact with the banks and Wirecard AG. It is currently unclear why the 2 banks have stated to the auditor that the confirmations are spurious. The trustee has announced to Wirecard AG that he will clarify the facts of the matter with the 2 banks managing the trust accounts at short notice. At present, it cannot be ruled out that Wirecard AG has become the aggrieved party in a case of fraud of considerable proportions. Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
Well, it obviously just happened last night, late last night. The prosecutors then went out with the information just now, a few minutes ago or half an hour ago, and said that Marcus Brown has been arrested. Now, this is obviously a scandal that is becoming or is deepening. It is no longer only about missing money. Wirecard is saying that potentially up to 1.9 billion euros could be missing. It's now also obviously a criminal investigation, and one that is serious enough for the prosecutors to take this step and actually arrest and detain the former CEO, Marcus Brown. We're waiting for more information about exactly what they are thinking they could potentially charge him with. But it seems like I said, the scandal that has been brewing over the last week is now definitely deepening, and this is a serious issue for Wirecard.
Good. That is setting the context for why we need a very effective risk culture. If we just look at the timeline, June the 16th, the banks advised that there's no confirmations and that those balances don't exist of 1.9 billion euro. And you can see up to June the 25th, that is within 9 days, Wirecard said it will file for insolvency. The investigations are ongoing, the cases are ongoing, but it just shows you that in a bad risk culture, things can go the wrong way within just over a week. Einstein said the world will not be destroyed by those who watch, but by those who watch, by those doing evil, but by those who watch without doing anything. So what is risk culture? I generally use two definitions. The one is from the North Carolina State University, and the other one is one that I was a party to when we wrote the documents on risk culture back in 2012. That is published by the ERM. The important thing here is that you can see from both, it's a common understanding and there's a common purpose. So those are the key elements that I want to highlight within the risk culture definitions that are generally used. What is the building of risk culture or risk culture building? It arises from the repeated behaviors. So it is a process to install those behaviors that are shaped, as we've just heard by the previous speaker, by values, beliefs, attitudes, and then also made even more difficult by the different biases that we see that people have when they come into the workplace. People need to understand that it's okay. You can't just do anything. You have to have that level of ethics and that level of accountability within the job. Generally, a very broad statement is culture is what people do when nobody is looking. So when we look at the levels of maturity, why is it important? Risk culture building is an ongoing activity. It is not a project that has an end date. It can never stop. It will only stop if you don't succeed and you go out of business. Without a clear strategy for building risk culture and moving from one level of maturity to the next level of maturity, it is just worthless running in the dark. Building an effective risk culture will support executives to effectively manage risk and look at risk in terms of the uncertainty associated with risk and the opportunities within those. When we look at the global financial crisis, even the global pandemic that we are in, even the best quantitative models did not predict this. So the important thing is to build an effective risk culture and to, through that process, move from one level of maturity to the next level of maturity. These slides will be shared. I will not go into detail, but I've included all of them here for you to have a better picture and to refer to afterwards. But we all want to get to at least an effective risk culture, which is level 4, where people care enough to think about the risks associated with their jobs before they make decisions, and they're doing that on a daily basis. So when we look at the different levels of maturity, we look at this in terms of these 6 areas, which I call the capability building blocks. We have to look at the level of maturity with regards to policies, the level of maturity with regards to the processes, people and organizational design, reporting, management and control, and then systems and data. So what drive having a effective risk culture? So a lot of people have the perception that culture is homogeneous throughout an organization. This comes from a study by Elizabeth Sheedy at Macquarie University in Australia. It really is not. Within the same organization, you have business units that will have different cultures and therefore different perceptions of risk, even if they have the same tone from the top. Operational risk managers must aim to play a role in strategic decision-making and not isolate themselves behind walls of jargon. Another quote, which is about 5 years old, but coming from the Operational Risk North American Conference held in 2016. And then a culture exists within banks where traders are not sufficiently challenged to explain complex multi-legged trades. We saw a whole lot of rogue trading within the banking industry, and rogue trading does not just exist in the banking industry, but this quote comes from Nick Leeson, who we all know was the original rogue trader. So when we look at risk culture, I tend to bring it back to the 7, what I call the 7 E's, the engagement, a level of entrepreneurship, not just pure directives to staff, effectiveness, enlightenment, training and education that goes with that, efficiency, how well is it embedded, and then also empowering your staff to take these risk decisions. So I'll briefly look at the levels. These are the levels for the 6 areas, the levels of capability at level 1. I will just focus on the people and design area right on the right-hand side, because I think that's the key element when we look at risk culture. But when you look at the levels of maturity, you have to look at these levels of maturity within all 6 of the different areas. If we focus on people and organizational design at the very lowest level, we tend to see these kind of individual risk heroes, managing risk in silos. People are always firefighting. We just go to where the action is. So if there's an event or a risk or a loss, risk event or a loss, that's where we run to. There's no real coordination organization-wide. There's no real communication or clear risk owners, and very weak accountability. So then here is the rest of the things at level 1. We can go through level 2. If we focus again on people and organizational design, at level 2, we're doing a little bit better. There are risk owners that are clearly defined. They're supported by staff. There are roles and commitments that are clearly understood. Some staff are trained within the risk management processes. Then here is the rest for level 3, which you can refer to later. And if we look at level 3 in terms of the people and organizational design, we see it increased to a better level of maturity. And the same go with level 4. It's still a better level of maturity. In level 4, which is the level of effective risk culture, we're looking specifically to people and organizational design, that there's strong cross-functional work. People really talk to each other. There are ongoing risk management conversations, as I call them, right through the business. That kind of organization is also very well prepared for crisis management. There's a small central risk function that is more of an advisory role than another level of policeman. Those who are connected with me on LinkedIn and read some of my articles know that I am totally against the 3 lines of defense thing. You cannot have that when you want to build an effective risk culture. And then risk management, experienced staff members that apply sound judgment to qualified measures. If we look at the ultimate level of capability, level 5, in terms of people and organizational design, there we have organizational and individual performance measures fully aligned to risk mitigation, to the optimization of risk, and these things are also then very risk sensitive in terms of the strategy of the organization. Knowledge and skills are continually upgraded throughout the organization, so there's a lot of training. Every employee is considered a risk manager. So in the ultimate level under people and organizational design, when you have the ultimate risk culture, that is where every employee will look at the risks associated with his or her job on a daily basis. I always relate this back to what do you do when you want to cross the street? You look left, right, and left. Why do you do that? You do that to get across the road safely. You want to manage the risks of cars coming. You want to manage all those kind of other associated risks, slip and fall, all those kind of things. You think about that, you look at it, you look left, right, and left before you cross the street. So in a very ultimate top level risk culture, each and every employee will look left, right, and left before they take a decision. Because very often we think about risk in the way of, yes, it's red, amber, green, which is another one of the things that I don't agree with. And then we sit and discuss these risk reports once a quarter. Now, if you have a risk report once a quarter, it's generally 90 days too late. I've sat in many executive meetings where the risk report is tabled, and then people will sit and discuss for hours whether something should have been red, amber, or green at the end of the last quarter. That adds no value to an effective risk culture. So what I've also included in the pack of slides is all the actions required to get to this top level. I will briefly go through these for each of the 6 areas. If we look in terms of policies, to get to the top level, you really want to have the business strategies aligned with the risk appetite of the organization. I think the bottom point there is one of the key ones. You want to focus on continuous improvement. Building an effective risk culture is not something that has an end date. It is not a project. It is not something you can implement. There is no blueprint for it. You have to build it, and you have to build on the existing policies. If we look at people and organizational design, there's a strong cross-functional teamwork. The company will be prepared for crisis management. You won't have a cyber security policy. You will actually have a cyber response plan, because it's not a matter of will you be hacked, it's a matter of when you will be hacked. How will you respond to that? Organizational and individual performance measures are fully aligned. And then also knowledge and skills, as I mentioned already, is upgraded continuously. That will also make the organization, they'll design easy to adapt to changes within the operating environment. If we look at management and control, to be at the top level of risk maturity there, the key element is having those effective early warning systems and have risk quantification results integrated into business decision making. A key element here is what I call the risk intelligence network. Information must flow up and down these lines of communication. If we look at processes, risk management must be fully integrated with line management, fully integrated with strategy. New and changed processes must be subject to a risk assessment when we look at changing anything significant. Action plans must be executed to completion. We very often see risks identified. We very often see within the organization that we know about these things, but we tend to turn a willful blind eye to them. Just on the matter of the COVID-19, which is the overarching also the theme of the conference, the risk of a global pandemic was raised by the World Economic Forum back in 2006. That was the first time that the risk of a global pandemic featured in the annual risk report that was issued by the World Economic Forum. That risk of a global pandemic never made it to the top risks. Not in terms of impact or likelihood was it ever in the top risk until last year or this year. The latest 2021 report shows that in terms of impact, the global pandemic. What is interesting is that climate change and weather-related items made the top five for the last the top one for the last 5 years. So it just shows us that climate change is more important than the global pandemic. But again, many organizations just turn a willful blind eye to climate change. If we look at systems and data, we want to see enhanced system capability at the top level of maturity. We want it fully integrated with risk measurement and mitigation capabilities built into the systems, and we want to have data structures properly controlled. I have never in my 40 years in the professional world, I have never come across an organization where they said to me, we have clean data. No organization in my life has ever claimed that they have clean data. The last and very important aspect of these is the aspect of reporting. And to reach the top level for risk reporting, that means risk information go up and down the line. Generally, we find risk reports go to a risk committee or to the board or to the executive committee. That's not good enough. If you don't give other people down the line the information to take better decisions, then that risk reporting is useless. So there's a few other items mentioned here around it, but the key element is get it as live as possible. There is no real value in a monthly risk report other than historic data that was just converted into useless information at the time that it reached the people who are supposed to use it. Just a final thought from my side, the risk profile of any organization should steadily increase over time. If you use the red, amber, green stuff, it should move from green to amber to red if you run your business according to those traffic lights. As you get better at the management of risk, you should be taking more risk for more reward, not the other way around. I've seen many organizations where people say everybody must work towards getting the risk profile green. So the greener you go, the less risk you take, the less reward is there. So everybody should be working at getting, putting you out of business. That is all from my side. Happy to answer questions later, or if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn and have a further discussion and ask questions, feel free to do that or join any of the groups that I'm running. Here is my contact details. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the conference. I really enjoyed joining you from the southern parts of Africa. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon. Very informative, and we look forward to hear and see you again in the future. Our next guest is from Kuwait Petroleum Corporation. Mr. Saleh Rashidi is the team leader for enterprise risk management. He joined the oil sector in 1998, worked in different areas of exposure, such as petrochemical industry and operation, HSE, business development, and risk management, and particularly in ERM. He transferred to KPC 2010 as a HSE team leader, and then in 2013, risk engineering team leader, and then finally, in 2016, he became the ERM team leader. Just want to say that his bio is so similar to mine, except I am one step ahead of him. But on the other hand, I am much older. So good luck, Mushari.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Busmat, for your introduction. I really am proud. It's my honor to work with you and our colleagues here in KBC and other key companies. At the beginning, I would like to appreciate giving me this opportunity to be with you today for representing KBC and participating in Kuwait.
Mushari, could you raise your voice?
Yeah, I'm using microphone actually, but I don't know. Now better, Basoud? Hello? Hello?
Yes, much better. Yes, much better.
Yeah. So at the beginning, I would like to appreciate give me this opportunity to be with you today and participating in the Kuwait 6th ERM Conference. Today, inshallah, we will have a look on economic agenda. First of all, we will start. We will brief you regarding KBC and the ERM journey since the department established in 2007. Also, we will review, inshallah, ERM role and responsibility. Then we will have a look how do we support KBC in its business growth. Then we will see the outcome of capability and maturity assessment that will be conducted recently. Also, we will have a look on KBC risk culture surveys outcome and how do we support risk culture improvement here at KBC. Finally, we will conclude with how to enhance the positive risk culture behavior and the way forward. So regarding to KBC, it was formed in January 1980 as a state-owned oil corporation under Supreme Petroleum Consort and managed by Board of Directors. We have 8 subsidiaries under KBC umbrella for upstream, downstream, and midstream industry. In 1981, all oil companies in Kuwait were consolidated under KBC umbrella and formed one integrated entity for oil industry in Kuwait. Then each company could focus on their own business and activity, which provided more flexibility or commercial flexibility for KBC to run successful business. Also in 1981, KBC took over the responsibility of marketing Kuwaiti's oil outside Kuwait from Ministry of Oil. The main activity for KBC focused on petroleum, exploration, production, petrochemicals, refining, marketing, and transportation. Currently, we are producing almost 7% of the oil, total crude oil demand. And if you need more details, you can find it on the KBC website. Regarding to KBC ERM journey, the risk management department at KBC was established in 2002, and it was for insurance purpose that time. We start defining the ERM strategy at the beginning of 2007, followed by implementing of the first stage of ERM in 2007, when we create our own policy, procedure, and the framework. At the same time, we start developing semi-quantitative risk matrix and risk register. We keep improving our system and the structure since we are establishing and all the way until 2011, when we start developing our ERM 2030 strategy. At that time, the maturity was at the initial stage, and the target was to build it up more and more to reach the strategic level of maturity. In 2007, the ERM 2030 was revised to 2040 strategy, and the main target here that we need to influence risk-based decision-making in KBC and subsidiary uniformly. Recently in December 2019, we have revised the ERM 2040 strategy according to the new change in the strategic direction of KBC corporate. which was adopted to the corporate strategy. And accordingly, we revised our strategic objective to be aligned with it. Regarding to the ERM role and responsibility, at the top, we can see the board director, and they are responsible about all measurement and how to monitor their performance in KBC and other subsidiaries. Then the KBC CEO and other subsidiary CEOs, they have the responsibility and accountability for the risk issue at corporate level or at their company. Also, the MD Planning and Finance here, Mr. Zahabi, who chaired the Risk Operating Committee, the RAROC Committee, which has the ultimate responsibility for monitoring risk performance and follow-up to ensure the implementation of risk practices. Also, the subsidiary and the business unit, they have the responsibility to manage the risk issues in the subsidiary. The CRMD, or the Corporate Risk Management Department here in KBC, responsible for monitoring and ensuring the implementation and embedding of ERM policy and the framework. On the other side, we have the internal audit interfere here to ensure the compliance that the risk management processes are in place and implemented properly. So what we are desired for, actually, we can say that KBC ERM team or risk management department desire to be a part of decision making. And it was already addressed in the ERM 2040 strategy, and we are working hard to be at advanced level of maturity, hopefully, inshallah, by the end of 2025. So we have to utilize all what we have from practices, models, report, and other tools to support and to be able to be the part of decision making here in KBC and supporting the KBC and the business growth. How do we support KBC business growth? We have developed a common language to establish risk scope and organize risk activity and improve risk culture in KBC and other subsidiaries. Also, we have implemented many practices, processes, and techniques to ensure that those activities are sustained and implemented, and they are working properly to provide a realistic result for reporting or to be built in. All ERM activities and values I mentioned before, focusing on how to improve business value by optimizing risk and retail. It's highly important for our people as well. They have to be well prepared, and they have to be expert in their area, and this has to be reflected in their performance at the end. Also, the accountability and responsibility of risk was defined well and communicated clearly across the organization. The risk optimization also is very important, and using risk-based capital and resources across KBC and its subsidiary and business unit. Here we can see our growth when we conducted the risk culture survey 2011 and the last one in December 2019. And how it will be reflected in the ERM capability and maturity assessment, which was conducted in 2010 by Deloitte, where we was assessed to be at the initial stage that time. Now, after implementing all ERM practices and activity, we reached to be at integrated stage with a few gaps actually were already addressed to reach the strategic stage in the future. Hopefully by the end of 2025, according to our ERM 2040 strategy. Currently, we are trying to conduct the benchmarking assessment based on the maturity assessment dimensions with our regional peers, such as our partner, Qatar Gas, and ADNOC, to see if there is any area improvement could be addressed and implemented. Here we can see our strategic objective. What I'm trying to say here is how to link our strategic target and objective with our risk culture improvement. We have 4 strategic objectives, and within this objective, we have a total of 17 initiatives, strategic initiatives, and almost all of them are supporting the risk culture improvement. We have, for example, the objective number 4 focused directly on the risk culture. It says enhance corporate-wide risk culture and know-how of risk management. For example, we have developed a comprehensive ERM e-learning program and make it available and accessible for all employees. Also, we added for the training plan for our employee and keep monitoring the progress on a monthly basis. Also, currently, we are working to make all ERM staff, our employees, to be certified as ERM professional, and inshallah, by the end of 2023, we will get them all to be certified. Another initiative we have also that we embed the ERM in many practices. For example, we are starting to support the initiation of the trading activity in international marketing here in KBC. Also improving our present and participation in the internal and external event, and embedding ERM in HR processes, and adding risk performance to the employee annual appraisal. At the end, all these objectives and related initiatives are reflecting that in direct way or to improve the individual culture and behavior. Why do we need a risk culture? Actually, we are believing in 3 facts. Number 1, that every risk incident has a culture or behavior root causes. So it's not a matter of processes or policy. The behavior for the individual is important too. Number 2, we believe that culture could be measured, and there is a correlation between the risk culture and performance, and we can set a measurement for it if we need, and we can monitor it. Number 3, the commitment of the leader and the management, which is reflected directly and contributed in the shaping of the risk culture, is very important too. And we will come to this in details after a couple of slides, inshallah. The main outcome for the risk culture survey, as a quick review here, we have we conducted 3 risk culture in 2011 and 16, and the last one was in December 19. You may notice here that we have achieved a significant improvement across all the dimensions of risk culture dimensions. Also, the participation in 2019 was much bigger than the previous surveys. One more thing I would like to add here, that Mr. Hashim, KBC CEO, he supported us and he endorsed conducting the survey at that time, which empowered our surveys and give us more flexibility to gather all data and information. Also, there are many action and recommendations were developed and implemented after conducting the survey to fill all the defined gaps and to allow us to reach the desired level in the future. How do we support risk culture improvement at KBC? First of all, we established a risk management department over all 3 companies to ensure that they are facilitating and implementing all risk-related issues. Also, build up our policy and the framework, which is supported by implementing the best practices and applying the most advanced tools and techniques, such as cash flow at risk framework, funding plan, and other tools. Also, we have implemented the risk register database to consolidate all potential risk reported by KBC and other business units, together and reviewing the risk rating and submitted mitigation plan in a systematic way. We developed the risk report and the ERM dashboard and reporting results for the top management on a regular basis, such as ROC committee and PMO committee and risk manager committee here in KBC. On the other hand, we have a regular meeting with the board and managing director where all risk-related issues were reported and discussed in details. Our major achievement here to improve risk culture, as I mentioned before, we have 4 objectives, strategic objectives, and 17 initiatives. And we have implemented a great percentage of it and continue to ensure the implementation and sustainability for all other remaining initiatives. Also, we linked our strategy with KBC direction, and if there is any change in the corporate strategy or direction, it has to be reflected in our strategy. We have benchmarked our practices and activity with the international and regional peer to identify the position and to see if there is any area improvement could be adopted or addressed. Also, we implement a comprehensive e-learning program and make it mandatory for all employees. On the other hand, we have implemented many practices and the quantification tools as well. Also, we are participating in many committees for tackling ERM issues, as I mentioned, such as ROC and PMO, RMC committee, and here in KBC and other subsidiaries. Regarding to ERM supporting activity or the additional activities that we have to support risk culture improvement, on an annual basis, we consolidate key group risk report and develop mitigation action plan and report the findings to the top management and the MD and the board as well. Also, we define and update the risk appetite statement and monitor the risk tolerance limits and reviewing and updating the risk policy also on an annual basis. We keep sustaining and updating risk tools and models such as cash flow, ROC, and other models. Also, we define our policy and practices and share it with other companies. Also, we are focusing on capability building and conducting a good number of training sessions and awareness for our employees at different levels. At the end, we have those activities and other ordinary activities to improve our risk culture and knowledge toward risk issues. So what are the key focus areas that we need to focus on for enhancing risk culture? Based on the risk culture insight and interpretation, we have four focus areas to be focused on according to the influence model. We see here the first one is role modeling, which focuses on the ownership of change and behavior differently by leader and colleagues. The responsibility here comes for the middle management, who are responsible for shifting the risk culture and behavior from one side to the other side. Also, developing talent and the skills, mainly focus on the skills requirement for change that been occupied to carry out the change that is being asked for. Fostering understanding and convention, which focus on the common understanding of what is asked and or needed and why it makes sense. And finally, reinforcing mechanism, which define the clear structure and the processes in place to support the change, which include metrics and milestones.
Abu Shari, please be aware of the time.
Inshallah, I will go quickly, inshallah. Here an example for the quick review for the intervention plan that we made before, as directed by our management to improve the risk culture in KBC. In this plan, we have many actions. It was already implemented here. As a part of this plan, we have a risk management committee. We formed the risk management committee by the manager and chaired by our DMD finance. Also, we have developed an annual plan for reviewing risk with MD board. Also, we specify a hotline to answer all questions that have been raised from our employees all the time and from the other subsidiary as well. In addition, for many activities has been already implemented. Also, we finalize implementation of ERM comprehensive communication plan as a part of the strategic initiative 1.2. We talk about developing and implementing ERM communication plan across K companies. It was initiated by KOC actually and published for all K companies last year, and we keep monitoring it as one of our KPIs. Also, the ERM e-learning program, it was already implemented. It's mainly concentrated on the risk culture issues in addition to the ERM overview and the framework. hopefully by the end of 2021, we cover all our sector employees, inshallah, at all levels. Here another initiative, the ERM certification. We have another strategic initiative 3.3 that all ERM employees to be certified as ERM professional by the end of 2023. And this initiative coordinated by KMBC and the certification program conducted by ERM, which was already approved by the management. As an example for our, we keep spreading ERM messages by the KBC portal and the email. Here an example about our messages that have been published during the last year. And the same practice is ongoing for the other subsidiaries. How to enhance the positive risk culture in KBC and K Company. Actually, we have 5 elements here to address the positive risk culture. The first one is the management involvement and commitment and how they will interact with the organization on the risk culture issues and how they will realize alignment of risk culture across leadership. The second one is the communication and the accountability. We are mainly talking about the stakeholders at all levels and how they communicate with them clearly and effectively to reflect the risk issues. Also, the accountability for the action is very important to reflect changes in business strategy and priorities. The third element here, or the third focus area, enhance the risk ethical principle and the practices, which mainly the values and ethics that needs to be aligned with KBC risk strategy, appetite, tolerance, and approach. And the embedding risk performance and establish risk management concentration, talent management processes. Also reinforce behavior, ethical, and compliance standards. The fourth areas to align the risk culture with people and how they will be implemented. The risk management topics has to be embedded into induction or the training program. I think we cover all this mentioned issue once we implement the ERM e-learning program and training activities here in ERM. The final element here, how to enhance practice logic-based decision-making. As an example, benchmarking with other industry for sharing best practices and implement what is applicable is in the organization. Also, the risk management lesson there has to be integrated into communication, education, training, awareness session. And finally, toward or to encourage the risk rating behaviors. The last slide here, the way forward. Our goal as I mentioned, KBC to support the decision-making process. To achieve that, we have to define and understand the key risk and how it will be reflected in our business or achieving our strategy. ERM models, risk report, and risk analysis is our tool to do so and to choose the suitable leading indicators and good understanding how to quantify and assess the impact of the rate mitigation options is highly important also. Also, the ability to evaluate and invest portfolio risk-adjusted point of view to create increased organizational value, both at KBC level and K companies level. Thank you a lot for your listening, and if there is any question, I'm ready to answer. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Saleh. Our last speaker of the session is Mr. Sergey Konov. He's an accomplished professional with more than 13 years experience in risk management, compliance, having implemented various programs across global organizations and various industries. His background offers a firm grasp of audit assurance, risk management, anti-money laundering, sanctions, and export controls, the third-party oversight and investigation. Mr. Konov, the floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you perfectly.
Okay, perfect. I think we are a little bit behind this schedule, right? So I'll try to be quick and clear as much as I can. And I think after our session, we have a Q&A. So let's spend time on Q&A rather than me talking too much. So first of all, thank you for inviting. It's a pleasure to be here today. Today I will be talking about the data analytics and how we can and should support, use the data analytics to support our ongoing risk monitorings. So you can see on the next slide, this is actually, before I'm going into the data analytics, I want to set the scene a little bit. Can I just quickly check you can see my slides?
You're in control, right?
Yeah, can you see my slides?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, great, just checking, because I remember last time I did the presentation, I couldn't share my slides properly. Okay, thanks. So yeah, I mean, this is actually from the Edelman's Trust Barometer, and you can see. Well, by the way, let me just quickly explain what is this. So Edelman is the agency which is tracking trust level across various countries around the world and across different institutions. You can see media, government, NGOs, and the business. And I think what is very interesting that year on year, the business as an institution is the only one who is actually considered as the most trusted institution. And you can see it's growing 2 percentage points for the last 2 years. And actually, the point here, what I'm trying to make is the trust is such a precious asset for any business because if the business is trusted, then the consumers and customers will trust the business, the investors will trust the business. So trust is very important and it's very difficult to build, but as we all know, it can be quite quickly and easily breached. And particularly now in the media world, in digital world, where everything is run by social media, things like trust can be very quickly damaged. And on this slide, I'm just showing you why the business is considered as the only trusted institution. And it is because, as you can see, the business is considered as the most competent comparing to the other institutions like NGOs, media, and government, and also the most ethical, not the most ethical, but closer to NGOs than anybody else. You can see that the government and media are actually considered as less competent, and the government is considered as less ethical. So I think it's just for me to set a scene before I go into details, because I think it's quite important to consider our role here and how we as a compliance professionals and risk professionals are playing a role in maintaining the trust and actually ideally building the trust of our businesses so that we can attract more customers and we can attract better investments. With that said, we can see that actually the number of corporate scandals is growing. And if you look at the FCPA enforcement during 2020, it didn't slow down at all. In fact, 2020 was a record year in terms of sanctions collected worldwide. More than $9 billion were collected, and this was the year of increased global cooperation. So the authorities around the world cooperated to enforce anti-bribery and corruption penalties on the companies. I will quickly highlight just a couple of those which stood out. One is the Goldman Sachs, which entered the largest FCPA settlements in history, paying in total $5.1 billion in fines for the multi-million dollar bribes in Malaysia and other countries to get lucrative business opportunities. And I think the most famous one is the underwriting of bond deals with the Malaysian State-Owned Development Fund, 1MDB. And the other one is Airbus, which also entered in the world's largest anti-corruption resolution in history with more than 20 countries. Airbus admitted that it paid bribes to government officials in various countries to purchase Airbus aircraft and satellites. Bribes were concealed by creating fraudulent contracts, receiving fake invoices for services never performed. In total, Airbus paid around $4 billion in fines. Moving on, complying is going to be only harder. And I think it's another important message, because if you look at the data collected by diligent compliance, cost of compliance increased approximately 45% compared to 2011. The average cost of non-compliance for an individual organization is now approximately $4 million. And US calculated that to sustain the regulatory compliance, they need to spend $10,000 per employee. And there's one interesting analysis conducted by World Bank where they looked at the different governments around the world and how these governments and regulators are engaging the communities to test the legislations before launching it. And very unfortunately, in the developing countries and the low-income countries, the government actually launching the legislations without testing it before that, which creates, again, uncertainty and additional risks. Okay, so moving on, I think this slide of the evergreen ship stuck in Suez Canal, I think represent the problem. And I think the problem in my view is that we need to have better and fit for purpose solutions to proactively manage the risks and you know, ideally prevent them from realization. I think old days when compliance teams relied on the old frameworks and could spend several days to respond to information to the board or to the regulators, those days are gone. I think nowadays when the board or regulators want the information, they expect answers very quickly, and the way we're monitoring for risks has also changed. So it's no longer, in my view, retrospective monitoring and infrequent annual or biennial monitoring of the risks, basically based on the information from the past. It's proactive, ongoing monitoring. Okay, so here on this slide, I just want to show you why data analytics matter. You know, corruption and fraud can cost the company financial and reputation, and also the use of data analytics can detect fraud, corruption, and other risks, can transform how a company identifies and manages risk, and can make compliance, internal audit, investigations, and the business more efficient and effective. Continuous monitoring of spend with analytical tool is now widely expected by regulators and can save companies significant time and money. Starting point for any organization is to look at how to implement the data and how to collect and analyze this data. Companies should identify their business processes and systems to understand how to access the data. For example, employee expenses from travel and entertainment system like Concur or others, or vendor payments from the enterprise resource management systems such as SAP or Oracle would be great places to begin. And companies can replace typical sample selection, periodic auditing, and testing with sophisticated data analytics. So data analytics help the company to use forensic type of monitoring, which is usually done only rarely when there is an investigation or something like that. But having the data can help the company continuously monitor its transaction and reveal fraudulent invoices or employees' expenses that can be actioned before they become a bigger issue for the company. Moving on this slide, I wanted to show you how the data can actually help different departments of the enterprise manage its risk. For example, if we're talking about compliance, compliance in the past would usually rely on audits or whistleblowers to identify instances of non-compliance. But if you have a data in your hands and you conduct ongoing monitoring of your transactions or key risk activities, you can be proactive and identify wrongdoing far sooner and prevent this from happening. Not relying on the data which is coming from audits. I mean, as we know, all the audits not happening on an ongoing basis, or the whistleblowers speak ups. In terms of risk assessments, so I think we all know how the risk assessments are done, and my take on this is that the risk assessment itself is important, but I think the problem is that the risk assessments are conducted on a very rare basis, usually once or twice a year, and they usually look at the data which is from the past, and they rarely look at the data which is ongoing and real-time data. So the point here is that when we have a data analytic tools which are looking at the key risk indicators and key high-risk processes, then we can actually assess risks on an ongoing basis in the real time. The next one, if you look from the internal audit perspective, again, the key factors here or improvement factors here would be that, for example, traveling of the auditors, right? So we know the auditors in the past or even now have to travel a lot, and I mean, it's cost, it's also capacity of the auditors. But when there is a data available, then the auditors can spend more time on analyzing the data than on traveling, and they can look at the bigger scope across the markets. Again, that's another example where the data analytics can help to transform the enterprise. Another example is on the investigations. So again, when the investigation is happening, usually investigations will work with finance or IT to access the data. But if there is a data available online, then the investigations can be done much quicker. They can go deeper, and they can look across different markets. So again, it's cost, resources, and the speed. And I think one of the important things here, which I personally feel is super important, is lessons from the investigations. Currently, it's very hard to implement them in our ongoing monitoring models because I think the big organizations are very silent. But if there is a data analytic which run across different departments and different systems in the organization, so the learnings from the investigations can actually be implemented in the risk monitoring models, and key risk indicators, new key risk indicators can be created, so that the organization is constantly evolving in the way how it monitors for risks. And obviously, the business itself, we should not forget that having data for monitoring of compliance risk is not just for compliance. I think the great example I've seen is from Sonnenberg. So Sonnenberg has a system called BlueRide. Maybe many of you have heard about this. So they have spent literally several $1 million to build the system, and the reason for doing that was they purchased a big asset in high-risk market. I think it was Mexico, and I think there were some FCPA-related concerns. So they had to start investing in data analytics, and over the years, I think they spent around $8 million and building the system for over the 5 years. But currently, this system is so sophisticated that the business itself is benefiting from using the system because they can see in the real time the orders and the shipments and the transactions going on around the world. And actually, their CEO commented on this and how this was useful during the early days of pandemic. I mean, the system which they developed initially for monitoring of compliance risk, but which then evolved in supporting the business to make their decisions. Okay, moving on. I think there are clear benefits in using technology to improve decision making and oversight and reduce operation burden and transparency, but it's no longer an optional thing, right? So in recent amendments of the guidance on corporate compliance, DOJ emphasizing that data analytics to monitor the risk is key. And DOJ is now approaching enforcement around data. And if misconduct does occur, DOJ prosecutors are going to inquire about what company has done to analyze or track its own data resources. Another factor is that US authorities right now in recent settlements show willingness to cut penalties for companies that have implemented effective data analytics and monitoring tools. All right, moving on. The DOJ guidance on evaluating of effectiveness compliance program is clearly talking about the data. And on this slide, on the right-hand side, you can see type of questions which the prosecutors can potentially ask the organization during the investigation. And based on these questions, I put together a slide which is showing 5 different ways to use the data analytics to satisfy new DOJ guidance. The first one is monitoring all transactions continuously. So as I said, having a monitoring of transactions on a sample basis or on a basis of monthly, quarterly, or even less frequently is no longer sufficient. So the authorities are expecting the organizations to conduct ongoing monitoring of all transactions. And if organizations can have 100% of monitoring, for example, of invoices and expenses continuously for fraud and corruption or sanction compliance or conflict of interest using the data analytic tools, this can, of course, significantly improve how the company identify the risks and react on them proactively, rather than relying on sample-based auditing or hotline reporting. So the second one is third-party due diligence. So we all know that usually the companies do their due diligence upfront, but that stops there. So I think, again, that's not sufficient anymore. So the regulators will expect the businesses to monitor their relationship with the third parties and their risks associated with these relationships on the ongoing basis. For example, the data analytics can flag payments of a low risk third party in case if they start doing payments which are not part of the due diligence, or if the payments are considered as a high risk spending payments. The third one is the dynamic risk assessment. Again, I said at the beginning, we all do, and I think I mean, I see this as a little bit an old type of risk management where we look at the risks, usually principal risks if you're a public company on a regular basis, and usually it's actually once in a year, but it's definitely not enough. So what the regulators are looking at is the dynamic risk analysis. And the only way to get to this is to use data, and having key risk indicators embedded into the data analytic tools can help the company to visualize and see the risks on the ongoing basis, rather than to have it just a snapshot in time. The fourth one is incorporate lessons learned. I talked about this already. That's one of the expectations of DOJ. So, and I think the problem is, without having a really robust data analytics or systems in the company, it's very hard to implement learnings because if the company is big enough and working across many countries, it eventually would be very siloed, and the only way to cut through silo is to have a very robust systems and data analytics. And the final one is the acquisition, diligence, and integration. So the authorities expect the company to, of course, ensure that post-acquisitions, the companies conduct ongoing monitoring of the acquired businesses, but having the data at your disposal will definitely help to do it much more efficiently. Okay, moving on to the next slide. So this slide is example which I took from one of the webinars. It was really a good example of how data analytics help the company from oil and gas to reduce the cost of their ongoing anti-bribery and corruption audits. So usually the company would spend around $750,000 per year to fly to different locations around the world where the company operate and to do the local business unit audits. And approximately the cost of each travel would be around 50,000 K. So when they have implemented the data analytic tool, they could, first of all, increase the scope. Instead of looking at 15 or 20 locations, they could increase the scope to 30, 35 locations, high-risk locations around the world. And instead of traveling to all of these locations, they could only travel to 4 to 5 locations around the world based on the data, which was telling them that there are really very serious or high-risk transactions which require on-ground audit. So you can see that obviously the cost has reduced significantly. Yes, there is a cost which they had to invest upfront around 500K on building the system, but you can see it's less than the annual spend on audits. Plus, if you look at this from the long-term perspective, you can clearly see the benefit and the great way of how data analytics can help the companies improve their monitorings. So moving on, that's the snapshot of the tool which we have built in GSK. I'm not going to go too much into details. So we'll look at different areas. I will just touch base on a couple of them. So for example, you can see on the right-hand side, phishing. So this is to monitor for infosecurity risk. And the way we do that is we sending our tech department is sending information or emails which look like a very, very real phishing emails across to the employees in the company. And if employees are not able to recognize as a phishing emails and click on it, so the data in real time goes into this dashboard, and we're able to see by country, by region, by department even, the level of risk. So that's one of, I think, great examples to actually in the real time monitor this risk. Another thing we do, for example, you can see how to control checks. We're building it, so we have currently 5 different ongoing controls, which are basically getting the data from the systems online. So for example, one of them is copy approval. As the pharmaceutical company, we have to make sure that our materials, which we use in detailing purposes, are properly approved by different departments. So in the past, what we would do, we would look at we would monitor these retrospectively. We will do ongoing monitoring, usually quarterly. Then we will do the audit, usually every 2 years. But now we look at the system. So we get the information straight from the system, and we're able to see if the material is expired or if the material hasn't been improved by any of the key approvals. Or any other issues. So that's example of how we in the real time can monitor risk of inappropriate promotion. And the last example which I want to show you is this something I have built, which is much I'm responsible for. And this is the Power BI. And basically what I have done is I have pulled together all the historical information across my markets, and I can see how the issues which we have identified historically are structured in terms of risks and activities, and I can see also the trend over time. But the main thing is here is the repeated findings. I think that's very interesting to see how we where we have repeated issues, and then really dig deeper to understand why they're happening. Plus, another thing which I'm doing is I'm looking at the areas where we haven't identified any issues. So for example, we do the management monitoring, which is a quarterly activity, but if we haven't identified issues in one of the quarters, but then we identified issues in the same activity in the next quarter, that's something I'm looking at, and I'm then digging in to understand why that happens. And sometimes you see that it's quality of the monitoring, and sometimes you see it's a sampling. So it's again very interesting data which I use as additional data to the global tool which I presented to you a minute ago. And obviously a new data which is coming every time we do a new monitoring is layered on top of that, and then it again creates this historical, like a tool which goes back to 5-6 years, and every new set of data layered on top of this is giving us very good insights. that's actually it from my side. Thanks a lot. I think we have a Q&A right now. It would be really interesting to have any questions.
Thank you, Sergi. Because of the time constraint, we will be sending some of the questions to you gentlemen to answer, or maybe after the next session. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the second session of the day. Thank you all.
Thank you.
The second session, titled Emerging Risks. Oil and gas industry is a very dynamic industry. So are we aware of the new or unforeseen risks? Are we ready to face such risks? Our first guest is Dr. David Helson. He leads the Risk Doctor Partnership. He's recognized internationally as a leading thinker and expert practitioner in risk management. He writes and speaks widely on the topic with 10 books and many papers. He was recognized as the inaugural Risk Personality of the Year in 2010-2011 by the Institute of Risk Management, ERM. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's great to be with you. Salam alaikum. And thank you very much for your invitation to be part of this conference. It's a little while since I was in Kuwait, but it's good to be with you remotely. Our session, this session is about emerging risk, and the following session is about organizational resilience. And in the short time that I have available, I'd like to talk to you about setting the scene really for emergent risk, and how resilience is part of the answer to handling it. So without further ado, let me just make sure my slides are not progressing as expected. So I'm going to stop the screen share and start again. Excuse me one moment. And let's try this one more time. Here we go. Okay. Now I'm still having trouble with the with progressing. Oh, here we go. Very good. I'm sorry for the false start. So what I'm hoping to do, as I say, is to set the scene for the presentations that follow, talking about emergent risk and building organizational resilience. So first of all, let me suggest to you that the future has a number of characteristics which make it difficult for us to manage risk or to see what's coming down the track. And I use this acronym, this set of letters, DANGER, just to characterize 6 of the features of the future which we need to be careful about. First of all, the future is dynamic. It's not static. There's a lot of change in the future which we need to be able to cope with. And certainly we've seen that in the recent past when that was the future, and the future as we face it now looks to be even more dynamic. The future is ambiguous. We're not entirely sure what's going to happen. People talk about a VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And ambiguity is where we're not sure, we can't predict with absolute certainty what's going to happen. And there is a great deal of ambiguity in the future. The future is non-linear. We cannot take the data from the past, our recent previous experience, and just project that on a straight line into the future to say that the future will be a continuation of what we've seen previously. Anything could happen. The future is global, a combination of global and local interconnectedness across the nation, across the globe, is something which is affecting all of us, where things that happen on a global level, global trade agreements, global geopolitical developments have impacts locally, and things that are happening at a local level can escalate quickly to have impacts that are much wider. The future is emergent in the sense that things arise unpredictably or arise in a way that we hadn't foreseen, and they just appear on the scene for us to deal with. And that is clearly a challenge for the future. And lastly, the future is relational. It's not possible for us anymore, either as businesses, as communities, as nations, as industries to operate just in our own silo. Things are related in a way that they've never been before. And each of these 6 characteristics, as we look to the future, increases our level of risk exposure. And it's something that as businesses, as communities, as nations, as a world, we need to deal with. So in this particular session, we're going to focus on emergent risk. And emergent risks have been the focus of attention for quite a long time. But really, more recently, they've come about with the publication of the book in 2007, which I think Horst Simon mentioned already and quoted from, the Black Swan book by Nicholas Nassim Taleb. Emergent risks are unknowable unknowns. You're familiar with the idea of known unknowns and unknown unknowns. These are not only unknown, but they are unknowable, things that we could not possibly know because they arise from ontological uncertainty. That is uncertainty that comes from our worldview, from our view of how things are, from our concept of existence. And the term black swan was coined by Taleb in his book with 3 characteristics, 3 tests. Often people think that black swans are very low impact, very low probability, very high impact risks. That's not the case. In fact, with Taleb's definition, the original definition of a black swan, we have no idea what the probability of a black swan is, because his first characteristic is that it is inconceivable and therefore unpredictable. Because it's an ontological uncertainty, it arises from blank spots or blind spots in our worldview. We cannot even conceive of what the black swan might be until it emerges, until it arrives fully formed in front of us and confronts us. So the first test of a black swan is that it's something which was inconceivable. We couldn't imagine it until it happened. The second characteristic is that it has an extreme impact. It hits us very hard. It has a very big effect on us. And the last thing that Taleb said was characteristic of a black swan is that when it emerges in front of us, we look at it and we say, well, that's obvious. We should have seen that coming, but we didn't. They only appear obvious with hindsight after they've actually occurred. And in the book, Taleb uses this illustration of the turkey. If you have a graph which plots the well-being of a turkey on a farm, and the turkey might start with a well-being level of 100%, and as each day passes, the turkey gets fed and the turkey gets watered and looked after, and his well-being increases, and he talks to his fellow turkeys and says, this is great, everybody's looking after us very nicely, and he grows fatter and he grows stronger and he grows happier, until one day there is a surprise and something awful happens to the turkey, and he makes his way to the abattoir, to the butchers, and ends up on somebody's plate. And the surprise that happens to the turkey, in my country, it's the celebration of Christmas. In America, it's the celebration of Thanksgiving, where everybody eats a turkey as part of the celebration. And the thing is that the turkey, in its earlier experience, had no idea what was coming. Everything seemed to be developing perfectly well until it didn't. And Taleb uses that as the example of a black swan, a different kind of bird, I guess, but saying that the turkey could not conceive of Christmas or Thanksgiving coming because all of his experience was that the farmer fed and watered him, looked after him very well until the day came that the worst happened. And so black swans are characterized or described as disruptive inventions or crossover technologies or game changers, things which were not previously predictable, which had a huge impact. And when we looked back on them, we said, well, obviously we could have seen those things coming, but we didn't. Let me give you some examples from recent history. I'll just go through these very quickly. But for example, the development of the internet in 1982, would you believe it's almost 40 years ago? Who could have foreseen that we will be connected in the way that we are simply through smartphones, through smart watches, through tablets, computers? That was completely inconceivable. Towards the end of the 80s, the fall of communism in Europe. The belief was that capitalism and communism was a duality which would be around for a very, very long time. And we couldn't foresee a world without that kind of competition between capitalism and communism until it happened. And this is the fall of the wall in Berlin that separated East Germany and West Germany. In the late 90s and the early noughties, we had the development of social media. Here are the original logos for Google and Facebook and Twitter. Again, that kind of social media presence, which we're now so familiar with, was inconceivable. The idea that we could constantly be in contact with anybody around the world and be receiving that kind of information on the spot. Inconceivable until it happened. Huge impact on the whole of society and the whole of the way that we relate to one another. 2008, the global financial crisis came out of the blue, had a massive impact. Other examples might be the oil price crash in 2014, the migrant crisis in Europe, where there were huge movements of people in 2015. Who foresaw the fact that the UK would leave the European Union in 2016? I was part of that vote. I won't tell you which way I voted, but I can tell you it was a shock to just about everybody. Nobody expected the Brits to vote to leave the European Union, and then we did. And who foresaw Donald Trump arriving in the White House in January 2017? Completely unpredictable. Let me just bring it right up to date with this image, the coronavirus. Is the coronavirus a black swan? A lot of people say the coronavirus pandemic is a black swan. But I have a video on the Risk Doctor Video YouTube channel, the reference is just here, suggesting that, in fact, the coronavirus was not a black swan. And again, Horst mentioned this in his presentation, talking about the fact that it had been predicted in the World Economic Forum Global Risks Report in 2007. In fact, for the UK has a national risk register. Every single edition of the UK National Risk Register had a global pandemic as the top risk. Ever since, I think it was 2017, 16, somewhere around there. In October 2019, there was a conference about how to deal with a global pandemic of a respiratory coronavirus. We knew this was coming. The World Health Organization published a report 1 year before the pandemic struck with 8 recommendations for governments in how to prepare for its arrival. Completely ignored. So it wasn't unpredictable, and so the coronavirus pandemic cannot be a black swan. But there were black swans that arose from the coronavirus pandemic. I remember in January 2020, my wife and I were in South Africa, just a little south of where Horst comes from. And the virus arose in Wuhan in China, and they immediately locked down not just the city, but the province. And I said to my wife, that could never happen in Europe. The Chinese can maybe lock down their society because of the way that their culture works. But in Europe, that would never happen. And then Italy, and then Iran, and then the UK, and then around the world. We had global lockdowns. And that, I think, was the black swan which arose out of the coronavirus pandemic. And arising from that, the loss of international travel, the massive debts which governments incurred, trillions of dollars of debt, and that's going to lead to something in the future which I think will surprise a lot of us. These things were unforeseeable. Nobody had foreseen that there will be no international travel from March 2020 until just recently. And then out of that, we've got now arising from the pandemic and from other things, global supply chain problems, which were unforeseeable, starting perhaps with the tanker stuck in the canal, leading to all sorts of other things that are happening now. These things are the black swans which arose from the coronavirus pandemic, although itself it was not one. And as we look to the future, well, who knows what those black swans will be? Because they are unpredictable and inconceivable, we can't list them. If you can think of it, then it can't be a black swan, because if you can think of it, you can assess it and prepare for it. So it's very important for us to see that the black swans that are coming are currently invisible. We cannot know what they are. So that raises a question for us. And we have to remember that not all black swans are bad. Like all risks, risk includes both threats and opportunities, downside and upside, things that could hurt us and things that could help us. And so what we have to remember is that not all the black swans that are coming are going to be harmful. In our preparation for black swans, we have to recognize that some of them will be worth embracing. You think back to some of those examples, like like the internet or like the social media, which were completely unpredictable, which have actually brought great benefits to us. So we have to recognize that some of these things, although they're unpredictable, could be very helpful. And in our preparation, if we could prepare for black swans arriving, we have to recognize the bad ones that come with a big negative impact. Somehow we have to protect ourselves, but also the good ones that come with a huge positive impact. Somehow we have to be ready to embrace those and take advantage of them. So how on earth can we do that? If they are unknowable, doesn't that make them unmanageable? How can you manage something that you can't conceive? How can you manage something that you can't see or imagine? If it's unknowable, surely it must be unmanageable. Well, let me suggest to you that although we may not be able to conceive the black swan itself, we could think about the causes of black swans, what makes them arise, and the sorts of effects that they might have on us. And we could prepare, we could be proactive in the way that we deal with causes and effects. So let's think first of all about identifying global causes. This means we need to understand our vulnerabilities, which parts of our organizations, of our businesses, of our nations and our communities, which parts of our world are vulnerable to major disruption, to major impacts from unforeseen uncertainty. When we understand what our key vulnerabilities are, then we can scan the environment to see what things might be coming that could affect those, and monitor, identify and monitor early warning indicators and triggers. On the right of the screen here, I've got the cover of the Global Risks Report 2021 from the World Economic Forum, which, as I say, Horst already mentioned. Some really helpful information in there about key global risks and how they're related together, how they've changed over time, the sorts of things that are trends that we need to be monitoring. What should we be looking out for? This is a document that should be on every risk manager's desk. Every key business leader should be thumbing through it, thinking about how could these things affect my business, my organization, or my community, or my nation. On the left-hand side, there's a report published by the International Risk Governance Council called The Emergence of Risk Contributing Factors. It was published in 2010, but it identifies 10 causes, global causes of emergent risk. And those 10 causes are still true today in terms of interconnectedness, in terms of technological development, in terms of antisocial actors, shall we say. And it's definitely worth reading. Both these reports, of course, are available online. Well, because of the limitations of time and the fact I'm just trying to set the scene for our sessions on emergent risk and developing organizational resilience, I don't want to go into the detail of these two reports or the other sort of early warning indicators that are available to us, but we must know what they are. And we must be looking, having a wide scan, scanning the future with our risk radar, saying what is out there coming towards us that looks like it could be nasty and we need to avoid or protect ourselves, or looks like it could be really helpful and we need to steer towards and embrace. And that's what the risk management risk radar is doing for us, scanning the uncertain future to see what's coming in our direction. And when we understand what our vulnerabilities are, and we see what's coming towards us, we can put that information together to understand what emergent risks might affect us. So global causes need to be identified and monitored to see what could happen, which currently is not on our radar. And then in terms of local effects, if we think about whatever might happen, how are we going to handle it? A kind of a continuity management approach, similar to BCM, which we were already thinking about in the conference, but really taken on a much wider basis. Does risk management help? Is this an area where risk management can manage black swans using standard risk response strategies? So for threats, we would try and avoid or kill the threat or transfer it to someone else, reduce it to make it acceptable, or accept the risk with a contingency plan. Opportunities we try to exploit or share or make them better or accept them again with a fallback plan. Can we use those standard risk response strategies for emergent risks for black swans? No, we can't, because by the time an emergent risk emerges, it's too late. It comes in front of us fully formed. We can't be proactive in terms of how we handle a black swan because we couldn't see it coming. So we need a different approach to handle black swans. What might that approach be? And let me suggest to you two alternatives for managing black swans. The first key risk response strategy is flexibility. Flexibility is the ability to bend without breaking, to adapt easily and quickly. There's a Chinese proverb which says, the bamboo that bends is stronger than the oak that resists. So we need to be flexible as things change around us, as black swans emerge and challenge the way that we do things. We need to be able to flex the way that we operate, to flex the way that we handle our people or our processes, to flex our supply chains and the way that we interact with other stakeholders, to adapt easily and quickly. If we rely on strength, things, when you think about strength as opposed to flexibility, strength is fine until you reach the breaking point and then you're broken. Whereas flexibility says you can bend, and then when the pressure drops, you just flex back again, which leads us to the concept of resilience. Resilience is the capacity to maintain our core purpose and integrity in the face of a challenge, to regain our original shape after being deformed, or a word, bounce back ability, the ability to recover after a stressor has hit us and is then removed. Resilience says that we're in a marathon, we're running a long-term race here, and we need to keep our eye on the goal to make sure we understand what our purpose is, and whatever hits us, have the ability to bounce back and continue to operate. And that will be the topic of our third session, of our last session today. So let's just put a little bit more detail on a couple of these things. A lot of us think that our businesses are like the picture on the left. Our businesses are like a train tracks or a train system, a railway system, where you lay down a track, which is our schedule or our forward strategic plan. We have a start point and an end point. We have our goal and our vision. We might have some stations along the way, some waypoints or some milestones or some gateways. And then our business or our projects are like the train that sits on the track. And we start off at the beginning, we go down the track, we pass the stations along the way, and eventually on schedule, we arrive at our destination. Is your business like that? Well, I don't think it is. Most of our businesses are like the picture on the right, sailing a small sailing boat across open water, where you might be able to plot on a map where your destination is, and on a map you might be able to draw a straight line that gets you from here to there. But in reality, the winds blow, the tides come, things get in front of you, different things happen as you're trying to operate your sailing boat to get across to your destination. And you need to tack and you need to adjust, pull the sails in, let them out, to adjust the attitude or the direction of your boat to stay on track. That's how most businesses are, needing to respond to a very dynamic and changing environment as we move into the future, trying to achieve our goals. And so in order to get to the future, we need to build flexibility and resilience into the way that we operate. And I'd like to suggest to you that this is important, is significant at a number of different levels. Let's just start with ourselves. We need flexibility and resilience in ourselves as individuals, and to build personal resilience. It might be part of your character. Some characters are much more robust, are able to throw off uncertainty, to just cope with whatever life throws at them. And other people are perhaps a little more sensitive and are more thoughtful, and perhaps are more affected by changes in their environment. So there is an inherent characteristic of flexibility and resilience. But on top of that, we can add emotional literacy or emotional intelligence. We can learn how to monitor and manage our internal environment, to become more robust, to recognize the things that throw us off course, and to develop strategies that will help us to actually deal with the things that come across our path. Even if our character is one of being a little more sensitive or a little more aware of changes and affected by them, by practicing emotional literacy and some of those things that John was talking to us earlier on about perception of risk, to understand our biases and our heuristics and to manage them proactively, to change our internal environment and the way that we respond to risk, to take that gut level reaction and to be intentional about thinking differently, exercising our will to change the way that we approach risk, we can develop personal resilience. And a lot of resilience for organizations starts with the individuals, but it can also affect our projects. Projects also need to be flexible and resilient. We need, of course, to have clear objectives to know where we want our projects to go, but we need to build flexibility into our processes, into our budgeting and funding with appropriate levels of contingency and strong change management approaches so that when things do change, we can do something about it. Resilience and flexibility don't just affect us as individuals or our projects, but we can build it into our businesses, having a shared corporate culture. And we talked about risk culture earlier on today, with some very helpful insights into how we can develop and maintain a risk culture. If we know who we are as organizations, if we have a strong corporate identity with grounded values that everybody buys into, it will build resilience into our organization. If we know that our processes are robust enough to cope with change, that will help us cope when things come out of the woodwork that we weren't expecting. And then these things are actually also important at a societal level, both communities, villages, towns, cities, society as a whole, nations, and globally. And national risk management, national culture development is really important. Our nations, our society can be resilient if we have a strong identity, if we know who we are and what our values are, and we share those values, and they're coherent across all levels of society. In the UK at the moment, there's a fairly strong debate about what it means to be British, because after Brexit, are we European or is there some essential difference in our identity? We're talking about whether Scotland, that northern part of the United Kingdom, should be independent from England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. What does it mean to be British? Is there an English identity separate from a British identity? If our society is to be resilient, we need to have a clear identity and know who we are and have values that go along with that. And you'll see there's some continuity between these four different levels of flexibility and resilience in terms of knowing who we are as individuals, knowing what our project is for, who our business is and what our identity and culture is and values, and who we are as a society. It's the same kind of message, and having that awareness and intentionality that says this is who we are, whatever happens, we'll respond to in a way that maintains our integrity. And so it's important that we understand these things and are consciously aware of them and develop them in the face of the challenge of emergent risk. If you wanted one word to describe all of these different characteristics, it would be the word agility, the ability to flex, the ability to move and respond when things change around us, knowing who we are, where we stand, where we want to go, and making sure that we do things intentionally and consciously. We can't control the tides of change, but we can learn to build better boats. There are things that we can do to respond to the things that are unpredictable, unknowable, unforeseeable, that are uncontrollable. We can't control the things because we can't see them coming, but we can make sure that our boats, our personal character, our project characteristics, our organizational culture, and even our societies and nations are strong enough to cope with the tides of change. So let me finish just by these few final thoughts. It matters. What we're talking about in terms of emergent risk matters. Of course, standard risk management is important as well for the things that we can foresee and can predict. We can say what their probability and impact will be, and we can develop proactive responses. Of course, that matters. But this also matters because black swans are coming. And they're currently invisible. We can't see them until they arrive. That's their nature. They are unpredictable. They are unknowable. They are ontological uncertainties. But when they come, their effects will be huge. We know that because that's what black swans are. They will affect us either for bad or for good, and we need to be prepared for them. We can be ready. It's really important that we develop that levels of resilience and flexibility to prepare, not just we can be ready, but we must be ready. It's part of our professional responsibility to look for these things, to prepare for them as far as we can, to understand their causes, to prepare for their effects, to develop flexibility and resilience that will help us, and to make sure that we do that in a conscious, intentional, and structured way. So I hope you found that helpful. Black swans are out there. We can hunt them. We want to make sure that we get hold of them and we deal with them effectively. And I hope my short presentation has given you some ideas for how you might do that. So I think I've covered just about what I wanted to say within the time available. I'll hand back to you, to the conference moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. David Hilson. It was very, very good, very interesting. And just to try to catch up with the time, our next guest is Nicola Crawford. Nicola is the Chief Risk Officer at National Bank of Kuwait International. She's an accomplished and qualified board-level global risk and compliance leader, responsible for designing, driving, and implementing enterprise risk management framework from strategy, data operations, technology perspective, prudential risk, compliance, operational business change to minimize the corporate and commercial risk across multiple portfolios. Nicola, we apologize for starting you late, but the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Unfortunately, due to my late start time, I probably won't be able to talk for the full 20 minutes, but I will try to pack in as much as I can before I have to complete. So I'm speaking about ESG, environment, social and governance, and how we need to expand our traditional risk agenda to cover I wouldn't actually say these are emerging risks. I like David's analogy to the pandemic, that the pandemic itself is not an emerging risk, it's our response to it. And I think that this is where the uncertainty and unknown factors come in with ESG from a risk perspective. So let's just move forward my slides. Right, so the key point here is in the introduction is the key message around the increasing pressure from investor perspective, employees and the board to adopt ESG practices. Basically, I see that as synonymous with sustainability, not only sustainability of the global, just generally, but sustainability of the organization, so that we do take on board what people expect in terms of future business practices and how that contributes to a better society and a better planet. So just moving forward. So what I'm going to just talk about is, I will skip some of these. Why is the current focus on ESG? What actually is it? Why is it important? What are some of the ESG factors that we need to consider, and how does that then relate to risk? I wanted to then focus on expanding the S part of the ESG framework. And what does that mean to make sure that we don't just have sustainable organizations, but also inclusive ones? And then just a high level approach as to how we can go about managing ESG risks and some of the challenges of those. So basically, as I said, I've just given a very brief overview. The fact is, I feel that the ESG has originally started as a pressure from investors to understand the business practices and the impact of what businesses undertake on their external environment. So to me, ESG is really, it's a combination of taking an outside-in view of the organization as well as an inside-out view. And I will come back to that shortly. We also want to make sure that I really like the analogy here used by the VP and Chief Risk Officer at American Electric Power. We've talked about black swans. Hello. Sorry. We've talked about black swans, but we're now interested in what we call the grey rhinos. So things that are in front of us that we can see, but we don't feel.
Excuse me, Nicola, could you go with the full screen, please?
Full screen. Sorry, I've just
PowerPoint presentation.
I'm on full screen. I'm in PowerPoint mode.
You click on display settings at the top. Yeah. Click on display settings and you can share your full screen.
Sorry, just
I think when you were sharing your screen initially for Zoom, it could be that you shared the presenter view instead of the presentation itself.
Yeah, just click on duplicate slideshows right now. It should work.
How's that?
Perfect. Oh, well, now it disappeared.
Sorry. How's that?
Yep.
Yep.
Perfect now. Yep.
Okay. Apologies for that. Yeah, so I was talking about the grey rhinos. There's something that is directly in front of us, but in fact, we don't feel an immediate threat from it. And I think that ESG fits into this space because we take climate change. We've talked about climate change for a long, long time. And the reaction is been pretty sluggish because, as I said, it's something that has got such a far future ahead so that we don't feel the immediate threat from that. And therefore, we're very slow on the uptake. Right. So I talked before about ESG starting off basically as pressure from investors, but I think that's now extended to look at all stakeholders. And I really like this definition around how companies make money rather than just how much money they make. Right. So basically focusing on the business practices, on how companies are actually run, what's their business model and strategy, the assets that they own and how they use those. Obviously then leads to how much money that they make. And then we come back to the original view, which is the investor, the investment performance. So at the end of the day, it's really about sustainability, long-term performance, but it's expanding that view to take in all stakeholders. So regulators, investors, clients, and also employees. So if we take a look at some of the differing perspectives, for example, I'll just pull up a couple of examples here, the communities in which we operate, how do we contribute to, for example, the inequality that already exists in income? Does the organization that you work for contribute to widening that gap or to help closing it? I'm not going to talk about employees too much. I'm going to just cover that when we talk about expanding the S part of ESG. But we suppliers, it's also supply chain risk. We are experiencing that quite acutely here at the moment in the UK with product shortages, problems around labour shortages, which then obviously goes back again to leading more around product shortages. Petrol is a good one because we've got nobody to drive the tankers. We talk here about environmental impact. So environmental activists, and this comes back to the climate change agenda that is on forefront of everybody's mind at the moment. And I've talked about regulators in terms of license to operate, and are things being made aware in terms of externalities that organizations do create and who bears the cost of those. So ESG definitely does have a wider stakeholder perspective than our traditional internally focused risk management activity that just really looks at the risk to the organization, not the broader outside in view. We talk about importance of ESG. As again, I'm just going to choose a couple of items off here. ESG, obviously, as I said, is synonymous with sustainability, and therefore an appropriate ESG framework that's implemented in the right way will contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 that were, I think, created in 2015 at the same time as the Paris Agreement. We've also got consumers that are strong, have a strong belief in making sure that we address ESG issues. And, you can see here 94% of Gen Z, which is our younger generation, our future leaders of tomorrow, are really, really focused on ESG. Right. So if you want to attract the talent within that pool of generational differences, we need to understand that this is key for them. And, in terms of employment, we'll be looking for, what sort of practices for the S part of ESG, which I'm going to focus on shortly. Let's move on. I don't want to dwell on this side, but I think the key point that I want to make here is that there is a growing complexity of regulations that is related to ESG disclosures and regulatory requirements. And they're not all joined up necessarily. For example, here in the UK, by the 1 January 2022, we have to demonstrate from the financial services perspective that we have looked at climate change and have embedded and implemented climate change strategy across the organization. So that's just one example, but there are many more that are identified here. And I've given the reference where the detail of this particular view came from. So what do the ESG factors cover? I mean, you've heard me mentioning before the environmental, governance and social. Environmental is what is our role as an organization and a society on impacting the environment and making sure that we don't damage the environment and that it has, it's sustainable in terms of future generations' enjoyment and use of. Social is our relationship with, I suppose, our employees, our shareholders, regulators, clients. It's really about the relationship aspect and how that actually then plays out in terms of our risks and performance. And governance is really around how the organization is managed and controlled, and how it works with the other areas to make sure that we have an appropriate agenda for delivering a sustainable organization. Just to give a few sort of, we look inside now, ESG factors are different depending on which lens you look at. These are also used in terms of the ratings, a number of ratings agencies that look at ESG factors. Unfortunately, there's not a consistency as yet, but just to pick up on some of the things that I've already mentioned. So climate change under environmental, resource depletion, waste and pollution, energy consumption and efficiency. Social is around, what's our impact on the local communities, our product safety, employee relations, including diversity and inclusion, working conditions, and the type of labour used to generate organisational outcomes, governance around accountability, anti-bribery and corruption, shareholder rights, risk management, and so on. So again, I'm not going to dwell on that, but just gives you a flavour of some of the things that we would look at from a risk perspective across the ESG framework. So I've already mentioned the outside-in view, and it's basically very important to understand. So from a banking perspective, obviously we have a carbon footprint as an example as to, from the environmental perspective, that we do have an impact on the environment based on our carbon footprint and the way that we actually manage our operations and our energy efficiency and so on. But also we can contribute to better environmental outcomes by looking at products and services. For example, if I take the climate change perspective, green bonds, green mortgages, we've talked about and listened to, a lot of conferences recently where we talk about the greening of the economy and the greening of the globe. So basically, if we take the definitions here, this has come from the European Banking Association, EBA guidelines on ESG, that they've got some quite definitions here around, ESG matters are either a positive or negative impact on the financial performance of an organization and the solvency or sovereign of an individual, but taking into account the factors that I've mentioned previously. If we expand that then to consider the risk perspective, they do take a negative view here rather than the risk as an opportunity, but you can actually add positive to that, and the materialization of those factors through relationships with counterparties and invested products. Right. So I've mentioned a couple of times around the S part of the ESG framework pillars, and I think recently we've had a strong focus on environmental and governance, and I think that the S part has been sort of the orphan of ESG. But it's very important to understand that to change your organizational culture and to change behavior, people are the actual catalyst for that change. And so actually the social component of ESG is actually as equally as important as the other parts. And we take a focus on employees as a stakeholder group rather than an impacted group overall, because they do have both an input into the way that the organization operates and therefore the overall impact broadly. What do we actually mean by diversity inclusion? Well, diversity, a lot of people go, gender diversity, but actually it's broader than that. It's really about different style of thinking that's brought about by different perspectives, knowledge, attitudes, information styles, demographic characteristics, or any combination of those. And inclusion is the practice of providing equal access of opportunities and resources for people that may be normally otherwise excluded or marginalized. So if we take that into account, that's quite a big perspective. And as the other ESG factors they also cover quite a wide range of things to consider. So I think this is quite interesting, is that the pandemic has served to heighten I suppose I'm taking a view here now on gender diversity and gender inequality. And I found that McKinsey had a very interesting piece of research undertaken. They did a scenario analysis. And in a gender regressive do nothing scenario that assumes that higher negative impact of COVID-19 on women remains unaddressed, the global GDP in 2030 would be 1 trillion below where it could have been if there had been an equal impact on respective areas of employment on males and females, which is quite significant. So again, it's just pulling out the inequalities and the fact that females were seen to be more vulnerable and more impacted by the pandemic, and still continues to do so. So when we look at the S social factors, and let me focusing now really on the diversity and inclusion component of that, because it is more than just that. The Financial Conduct Authority here in the UK has recently brought out a guidance document because they are considering the regulatory treatment of diversity and inclusion across the financial services sector. And some of the things that we as a bank are starting to look at, and also that other financial services organisations have been involved with, include things like anonymised recruitment. So removing names, details of anything that gives you an indication as to the gender, the age, or any biases that may be included in the recruitment process, CVs and things like that. Career returners, data on diversity. I'll talk about data later on, but it's very important to understand what roles and grades and what diversity we have across those, and to identify what do you understand as diversity. Does your organization just take a gender perspective, or is it broader than that? Making sure that we have the right talent pipeline and succession planning, sponsorship programs such as interns, gender neutral remuneration, having an executive sponsor that's accountable for diversity and inclusion strategy, and then neutral language for recruitment. Quite important, actually, because we don't realize how much unconscious bias that we have in the way that we articulate position descriptions. Things like male gendered terms such as ambitious, assertive, decisive actually put women off from applying for roles. And there's a lot of research out on that and how that plays into trying to have gender neutral recruitment wording and job descriptions. And then obviously on the right hand side, the outcomes of actually implementing some of these. Again, I won't do on the detail due to the time constraints. Right, so I mean, some of the key questions, again, I'm not going to focus too much on this, but we want to understand some of the key things are what attracts. So if, as employees potentially looking to work for your organization, there's quite a lot out there at the moment. Well, I think it's starting to really hit home is it's not just salary that attracts employees anymore. They want obviously to have a fair pay for the job that they do, but it's also what benefits and perks are there, what are your diversity and inclusion If you don't have flexible working arrangements, that could be seen as detrimental to diversity. What employee training and education programs do you have available? Therefore, what opportunities exist across the spectrum of employees that are engaged? What level of engagement is there, right? How much input do employees have in contributing to their own operational procedures? Are they empowered to contribute to key decisions that actually impacts them? What does your turnover look like? Because that can be an indicator that the above questions don't have positive responses. And how well are customer relationships managed? Obviously, if you do have dissatisfied employees, the way that they deal with customers may not be the most effective. And basically also, do you have a political stance on human rights issues and, donations to charitable causes? Given that we do have a range of risks to look at, and as I said, that not really emerging risks, I think it's, as I said, it's the response and the uncertainty because they have a longer lifespan. COSO has actually put out guidance on managing ESG risks using their ERM framework. So I'm not going to dwell on that. That's can be looked up via the Google. Broadly, this is in line with the TCFD disclosure requirements, but really it's about implementing your ESG risk management through business strategy, risk management per se, and then governance. So making sure that ESG related considerations are taken into account. Let me give you an example here. So we want to make sure, say from a climate change perspective, that the industries that we work with now may not be the same industries that we would work with 10, 20, 30 years hence. Therefore, we may start to slowly put some limits on those organizations, or what we may do is we may decide to continue to do business with certain organizations and industries that may not have a good impact on the environmental climate change outcomes. But when we engage with those counterparties and clients, we understand actually that they are also, for example, they might have an objective to be for net zero, and therefore by a certain time. So we may decide to do business with certain industries and organizations, but based on conditions. Okay. And then also looking at our own ability to develop sustainable products. And I've mentioned, for example, green mortgages is one of those. We need to make sure that our risks are included and embedded within our risk appetite framework and our risk management framework. And when we assess our adequacy of capital and liquidity, that those are taken into consideration. I think the big issue here is that usually those documentations and prudential risk requirements have a time frame of 3 to 5 years. We're now looking at doing climate change stress testing that looks 30 years out. So it becomes more difficult. And therefore that leads to the next thing around making sure you understand the gaps in current methodologies and how you need to develop those over time. We have decided within MBKI that rather than having a separate ESG policies, that ESG requirements are actually embedded within our existing policy framework. It just means that we have a better chance of embedding and implementing, and it's not seen as an add-on, and making sure that the metrics that we need to monitor around that is actually sufficient. From a governance perspective, we need to make sure that we have the right accountability structure in place, and we're currently looking to see whether our existing management body and setup is appropriate. Making sure that we have good risk management leadership from an ESG perspective, and making sure that everybody is aware of what we're doing and where there are specialist capabilities required, that we actually develop those, and that we consider ESG risk and return in our incentives and remuneration policy. So linking it basically to our performance management framework. And then very, very briefly, just to finish off. So some of the challenges in managing ESG risks are very similar to, I suppose, the characteristics that David mentioned on emerging risks themselves. So obviously we have a very long time frame. So the uncertainty due to the long future focus, as I said, we'll look at some of this is 20, 30, 40 years from now. So it becomes very, very difficult from a time horizon perspective to use existing tools and approaches because things that have worked in the past, you can't use past experience to predict future events. It also, ESG, because of the broad nature of it, covers what we call multi-point impacts. So credit risk, market, capital, liquidity, and the adequacy of those. Obviously, it also impacts our operational risk perspective. And the biggest issue, I think, to close up with is data. We are currently just starting to put together an ESG data strategy, because obviously without sourcing the appropriate data to underpin our ESG framework and our risk management of that, we will be unable to move forward. And we are finding that there are lots of challenges because there are multiple sources of data, but how do you make those relevant to your own organization is where we believe the challenge lies moving forward. Thank you very much for your time. Stop sharing.
Thank you, Nicola. Again, apologies that we running behind time. ESG is definitely going to be a hot topic in the ARM field over the next couple of years. So we appreciate your.
That's fine. Thank you very much. And I'm apology I won't be able to stay for the Q&A. But thank you very much for inviting me.
You're welcome, Nicola. Our pleasure.
Okay, thank you.
Our next guest is Mr. Martin Messi. He's the Managing Director at One Risk Consulting. He's a global leader in enterprise risk management and climate change with over 30 years of experience in risk management and leading global insurance companies as a chief risk officer. 30 years of risk management with awards at AIG and Marsh, which is we are familiar with. Current chair of the Climate Change Committee at the Institute of Risk Management. Proven track record and successful delivery of consulting projects. The floor is yours, Martin.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Can you see my screen? Just checking.
Yeah. Yes, we can, and you sound clear.
Excellent. So good morning, and many thanks for inviting me back again to this very important ERM conference. I hope that we can meet, hopefully in person sometime in the near future, either in London or the Middle East. Yes, as you mentioned, I'm currently the Managing Director of One Risk Consulting and Chair of the Institute of Risk Management's Climate Change Committee, supporting businesses in their climate change strategy and implementation. We've just published a practitioner's guide for risk managers due to the growing demand from risk professionals, and also designed a training course that we launched earlier this year with Imperial College and the Grantham Institute, who are the Global Centre of Excellence for Research and Education on Climate Change. So very exciting times. And hopefully, if people are interested in training, then please feel free to contact me about the training course. I'm also currently an associate with Milliman, assisting their global climate change initiative. And today I'll provide some best practice insights to manage and mitigate climate change and integrate it within your existing ERM framework. Climate change, as we know, is unlike any other environmental problem and any other public policy problem, and is underpinned by a combination of four unique issues. It's global, long-term, potentially irreversible, and uncertain. Climate change and society's responses alongside tackling COVID-19 is widely recognized as a foundational driver of risk and opportunity within the global economy. This is obviously a very complex subject, and I've split my agenda into three topics. So global climate change risks and impacts, external drivers and expectations that we're seeing, and alignment of climate change into your existing ERM framework. As a backdrop, it's important to remember that climate change is a set of global trends. The World Economic Forum top risks have shifted to the now dominance of environmental risks since around 2017. And using likelihood and impact scales in their recent 21 survey, extreme weather is the most likely, and climate action failure is the failure to mitigate and adapt is the second in both likelihood and impact. So obviously climate change is right at the top of global risks to manage for most organizations now worldwide. The report states that the shift towards greener economies cannot be delayed until the shocks of a pandemic subside. And these global risks and trends in turn are leading to other knock-on effects, including social economic development, human health, migration and food security, which are all issues we see across the world and also in the Middle East. So organizations need to understand both the direct and indirect effects of climate change and their interaction. Climate change needs to be managed like all other strategic risks, and I've set out here from a global perspective the main cause, consequence and mitigation. The leading cause, as we know, over the last half century has been the increase in concentration of atmospheric greenhouse gases, GHG emissions, including carbon dioxide. According to the UN, we'll need 7.6% reduction in emissions every year to meet greenhouse gas emissions goals to reach net zero by 2050. The most important and notable impacts that we've seen is the increase in storms and floods, which in the last decade are responsible for 75% of all global insured catastrophe losses, according to Swiss Re. I used to work for Swiss Re and they do produce some very good reports, so I definitely recommend looking at their recent report that they've just issued. And obviously it's a big impact and for the insurance sector in general, so they have a lot of insights and knowledge on the latest trends. In the Middle East, we've obviously seen increased intensity and frequency of heat waves, sandstorms and floods. So again, there are some common trends that we're seeing. As well as moving to renewables, most observers believe that if firms improve also the energy efficiency, say between 10 and 20%, so this would have the same impact as the shift to renewables. So this obviously would help reduce operating costs to companies. So potential huge win for the energy sector, and that's obviously a big focus at the moment. Obviously, I work now in the UK, and there's a big shift now, UK policy from the UK government. Moving on to some of the impacts, and reports. There've been a lot of reports on climate change, and it's actually difficult for everybody to really make sure they're reading the right information. The United Nations recently issued the Physical Science Basis report, to which the UN chief has said this is a code red for humanity. The report states that human activity is changing the climate in unprecedented and sometimes irreversible ways. The Landmark study warns of increasing extreme heat waves, droughts and flooding, and a temperature limit being broken in just over a decade. The table on the right highlights a few examples of physical and economic impacts based on different transition paths from the CRO forum, which is a very useful forum that's set up by chief risk officers. Some of the critical risks facing the energy sector include physical risks relating to sea level rise, extreme heat waves, and economic impacts of stranded assets, etc. Major climate related events are shaping the climate agenda, and I'll highlight some recent examples in the next slide. So these are three examples that have occurred in the Middle East in 2021. The first was a legal case against Shell, highlighting the need, sorry, not just the Middle East, but for the energy sector, I should say. It's important to look at, recent trends. The legal case against Shell highlighting the need for leading energy companies to cut their emissions due to increased stakeholder litigation. The other two examples highlight the changing weather conditions and increase in extreme events in frequency and severity that the Middle East region is experiencing, including heat waves and the cyclone that recently hit this week, as everybody's probably reading the papers. There are leading technology companies that can help organizations to provide real-time analytics and decision support for research and risk management of natural hazards, climate change and disaster planning. Among those include Disaster Tech, which offers the world's first comprehensive end-to-end data aggregation data science platform. So companies are obviously looking for solutions, and there are some very good new technologies out there. In terms of, I suppose, the broader issues and risks facing the energy sector, if we look at physical risks, extreme weather events affecting exploration production facilities combined with water scarcity and high temperatures are affecting oil and gas installations. The technical parameters that are set between certain temperature thresholds. So obviously they're not been built and designed, and we're seeing that in the UK with wind turbines that need to withstand changes in temperature. Transition risk, cost of transition to a low carbon economy that includes capital expenditure to develop or adapt new CO2 capture technologies. Examples include ending flaring and improving onshore and offshore asset energy efficiency. Other interconnected risks include increased likelihood of stranded assets, changes in consumer behavior, and increases in carbon pricing that will lead to the need to shift to green forms of energy. There's been a significant shift in recent years from governments and organisations to many external drivers, expectations and pressures. The main driver clearly has been the Paris Agreement, an agreement within the United Nations setting long-term goals to keep the increase in climate change average temperatures below 2 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. These key drivers and increased public pressure have led to a step change in momentum and actions by governments and organisations around the world. On the right, we see some examples in the energy sector, some of which are actually now in the Middle East. Some companies, including ADNOC, are looking to reduce their carbon emissions. An important example has been BP's recent strategic shift in ambition to reach net zero by 2050. In the words of the new CEO, the world's carbon budget is finite and running out fast. To meet the targets, energy companies need to reduce existing production over time, develop technologies to capture carbon, and invest more heavily in renewables such as wind farms and solar panels solar power. Following on from the last slide, it's important for organisations to meet new international and national regulations and legislation and the voluntary disclosures led by the Task Force for Climate-Related Disclosures, TCFD. TCFD and the EU Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulations are among the most recognised disclosure guidelines, with SFDR becoming mandatory across the EU. The point here is that oil and gas companies, even in the Middle East, if they are operating in Europe, they'll need to be prepared to address the new set of regulations, both in the EEA and the UK. So I move on now to how to integrate climate change into your ERM framework. As chair of the ERM's Climate Change Committee, we've been looking at best practice guidance and set out 7 key enablers for risk managers to help them integrate climate change into their existing framework. Risk managers can play a leading role in designing a robust framework to identify and manage climate risk and in shaping risk management, including emerging risk management, which we've been hearing about, stress and scenario testing, and setting a risk appetite in respect to exposure limits, thresholds, and targets. From a practical perspective, a recommended approach that we've been using a lot in consulting projects is the use of risk questionnaires, structured interviews, workshops with key stakeholders across the organisation. And on the right-hand side, using a risk maturity framework to help assess current and future target levels across different criteria that helps develop a strategic plan for the organisation. In terms of strategy, it clearly needs to align to your existing ERM framework and wider group business and strategic objectives. The breadth and complexity of climate change presents firms with challenges when assessing the actual and potential impacts of a strategy or their strategic position. This may require firms to repurpose or reevaluate their business strategy and financial planning over both the short, medium, and long term. In the ERM Practitioner's Guide we've just launched, from a strategic perspective, we've provided a 6-step high-level set of principles that firms should consider when developing a climate change risk management strategy, which is shown in the slide. The most important really is to ensure that there is a robust framework to identify and manage climate risks and also opportunities. It's important that risk managers provide adequate visibility of risk management activities at the board level, and that climate risk management information should be communicated more consistently and actively at the board level. So ERM integration really needs to consider policies, thresholds, mitigation strategies, monitoring capabilities, and risk appetite metrics and targets. Is it vital for the organisation to identify and assess climate-related risks? A risk radar, as we know, is one of the key objectives of risk management, the fundamental principle of resilience. The ability to anticipate problems and see things differently will help organisations develop an early warning system and seize new opportunities. The Climate Change SIG committee reviewed physical transition liability risks and opportunities associated with climate change and set up a climate change risk radar, which is shown in the slide. We thought this schematic should enable risk managers to better articulate and inform senior management about the risks of climate change that pervades many organisations' entire risk profile and risk categories. In order to develop the risk radar, it's also important to undertake detailed research for a deep dive review. And we recommend a review across all key stakeholders. So stakeholder mapping is becoming particularly important given the importance of external stakeholders, including investors, regulators, etc. The transition towards a clean energy future is underway and will change almost every aspect of the energy and resource companies' assets and operations. Taking a global view, cross sectors, the top drivers of decarbonisation include customers, employee and community demands, investor pressure, policy and government targets, technology and operational cost reduction along the supply chain. A close examination of each of these drivers suggests that the energy transition is anchored in long-term trends, which is likely to make it capable of withstanding the current economic downturn. One of the main challenges for risk managers to develop a framework that includes a robust process for assessing the impacts of specific scenarios on the organisation. The benefits include supporting business decisions and long-term strategic planning, improve operational resilience, including contingency planning improvements, and obviously complying with regulatory expectations. The IRM have reviewed a number of frameworks that have been developed, particularly by regulators, to support the design of climate scenarios. And we outline a 6-stage process shown in the diagram. Organisations should also endeavour to identify and understand key drivers of their business performance and look to build these into their scenarios. Also in designing scenarios, it's important to understand past climate trends and losses, review current risk profile in detail, and consider emerging climate risk trends. One of the most important things is the time horizon, which I think has been mentioned previously, the importance to look at both the short, medium, and long term. And this is a fundamental shift in thinking for most practitioners when dealing with scenario design. So horizon scanning clearly is a good technique for risk managers to look at complexity, challenge assumptions, and review multiple ways that events can unfurl in order to increase the resilience and reliability of their organizations. It's not about trying to predict the future, but rather to review options so that evidence-based decisions can be made. On the right, I'll highlight an actual output from a project in which a set of scenarios were developed across physical transition and liability risk for a leading insurance organization. And the idea really is to support building consensus among a range of stakeholders about the issues and how to tackle them, and also to help prioritize. And this was then aligned to the existing control environment to build mitigation plans across each of the scenarios. The SIG committee has been researching and designing a best practice governance framework that focused on complying with leading global regulatory expectations. The PRA in the UK, for example, expects organisations to allocate adequate resources and sufficient skills and expertise devoted to managing the financial risks from climate change. The plan should also incorporate ongoing training and communications to the board and increased awareness across impacts and responses. The board will also need to approve a revised risk appetite framework. So this is a real focus at the moment. We see in organisations setting targets, etc., and also incentivisation in the organisation. But the most important thing is to have a dedicated project and senior responsibility, accountability. In conclusion, climate change integration needs to really be a strategic approach and integrated within your existing framework. You need to develop risk appetite strategy and targets. You need to build a strong documented governance approach. You need to identify threats and opportunities through stakeholder mapping. You need to design climate scenarios across alternative time horizons. You need to communicate effectively through reporting dashboards. You need to build a mitigation strategy across the organization's entire risk profile, and need to support the ongoing approach to financial disclosures. So please feel free to contact me if you need more information about the IRM and activities, including the details of our guide or the training course. And obviously you want to talk to me about climate change integration within your ERM strategy, more than happy to help you. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Martin. Excellent. And again, we hope to see you sometime soon in Kuwait or in London, preferably in London.
Yes, we'll definitely come over and visit. Yes, it's a great city.
Our next speaker is Mr. Alexander Larsen. I mean, we're very familiar with Alexander. We've met with him many times. He's the Middle East and Africa Risk Manager of the Year, award winner, certified of the Institute of Risk Management, holding a risk management degree alongside being on the advisory board for Risk Management Leadership Network and holding a non-executive position. He's also the founder of Risk Guide, global partner of Risk Culture, Builders, Training, and Advisory. So the president at Baldwin Global Risk Services, Mr. Alexander Larsen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can, Alexander. How are you doing?
And thanks to all the speakers who have been speaking over the last couple of days. There's been some really interesting topics covered. Obviously, I'm covering the emerging risk part of the conference, where we've heard about ESG from Nicola, we've heard about black swans, obviously, and the emergent risks, and we've talked about as well climate change. So all of these things very relevant to the looking forward with regards to risk management, with regards to strategy, with regards to everything that we're doing. Now, I have been working with the Institute of Risk Management, similar to Martin, the previous speaker. I too, I'm a chair of the Institute of Risk Management Energy and Renewables group. So actually, we're doing a little bit of work with the climate change group because obviously they're so interlinked. I'm also a trainer as well, and there is a digital risk training course as well as an oil and gas risk training course that the IRM run. My focus today is on emerging risks. I'm going to focus on digital risk and specifically within oil and gas, but also broader as well. So obviously we've already heard about climate change and we've seen what's happening all around the world. We don't need to keep hearing about it. We can see the forest fires. We can see it in the news. We can see what's happening in Australia, in Brazil, but also we're seeing all the flooding as well. And this is a real challenge for all sorts of organizations, whether it's insurance companies, especially, who now have to consider their premiums. And I know that Martin, the previous speaker, used to work for insurance companies. They were looking at this kind of climate data for a very long time, building quantitative analysis to try to understand how is this going to impact claims? Where are we comfortable insuring? So it does impact all sorts of organizations. Now, I do have a slightly different view on what emerging risk means. For me, emerging risks are things that are coming in the future, 5, 10 years, maybe even 15 years down the line. They're not necessarily coming out of the blue. In fact, we're talking about digital risk today and technologies. And I've had a lot of conversations with futurologists who have worked with companies in Silicon Valley. And generally, the consensus is, we know the technology is coming. The tech companies have been doing this for years. They know what they're investing in. They know what they're hoping will succeed. What they're getting wrong is the timescales. They think XYZ technology will become mainstream in 15 years. Actually, it's more like 5 years. So the speed at which things are progressing is getting faster and faster. I agree completely with the black swan definition. Emerging risks, I feel, can be either or, but generally we can look forward. Martin mentioned horizon scanning, a very nice way to look at what are the trends showing us. But to be honest, with all things in risk management, we're talking about definitions. I'm not a big definitions person. I don't really care what we call it, as long as we are identifying these longer term future risks and trying to prepare for it. And obviously now we've been living in a pandemic for the last 2 years. We would all be in Kuwait right now. In fact, the last place I was in before the pandemic struck was Kuwait. I arrived, I was supposed to do some training with a company in Kuwait, and the very first day of the training, everything got stopped, shut down. What I'd like to say is Kuwait dealt with it very quickly and swiftly. Even when I arrived at the airport, there was a lot of support. There was everyone was wearing masks. There was doctors on site. So it's interesting now that I'm back in Kuwait, unfortunately, not physically. But COVID has had impacts. COVID has had impacts on the businesses that are being run globally, the way we do business, economic impacts, which again have an impact on our businesses because businesses rely on customers, businesses rely on suppliers. And if the businesses are being impacted by economy, everyone's getting impacted. Healthcare pressures, of course, tourism is being impacted. Impact on our staff. People are having to change the way we work. We're working from home. Some people are uncomfortable with that. Some people don't maybe have as much space as they would like to in order to work from home, or internet connections aren't as strong as they might be. So some people don't like it, other people love it. It all depends, but it's impacting our staff. But is there an upside? Well, we did hear yesterday, Ahmed had a very nice presentation. I really enjoyed it, where he talked about digitization trends, and we saw the increase. Now, it was happening already before COVID, but it's accelerated. So we are seeing now this acceleration. So I'm not going to cover this too much because Ahmed covered it very nicely, but it's not just about COVID. You know, yes, COVID has increased digitization in terms of we're sitting behind computers, we're now meeting each other, but it's also encouraged technology. But if we look at something called digital disruption, and what we mean by digital disruption is the change that occurs when new digital technologies and business models affect the value proposition of existing goods and services. If you are in a business and you are digitally disrupted, it means that someone else has come in and used the technology that is basically going to wipe you out or make it very difficult for you. Let's look at some examples. Uber is the world's largest taxi company. They own no taxis. When Netflix, world's largest movie house, own no cinemas. Apple and Google, world's largest software vendors, they don't actually own the apps generally. There's many examples of this. This is digital disruption, and it's been happening ever since the beginning of our technological advances. So what about boardrooms? What are boardrooms concerned about? Well, boardrooms obviously now, especially more than ever, thanks to social media, thanks to the fact that people can get news much quicker, sometimes not the correct news, reputation is key. Reputation has always been important, but it's growing in importance. And competition, obviously, we have competitors. This goes back to digital disruption. What are our competitors doing? Are they more efficient than us? Are they making more money than us? Have they got greater market share? How are we going to grow, which is the next one? What about sustainability? We hear this a lot. How can we remain sustainable and efficient? And now we've got ESG, as we heard Nicola talking about. And one of the biggest things I'm hearing from companies now, resilience. We want to be resilient. And I think we heard during the Black Swans presentation, this idea of being flexible, agile. That's what I understand from resilience. It's not just about business continuity. It's not just about risk management. It's not just about culture. It's about all of these things, but it's also about our strategy. Is our strategy flexible enough? Is our strategy agile enough? And has it considered risks? It's about making these risk-based decisions and looking forward. And all of this can be dealt with in some way with technology and digital transformation. We can become more efficient. ESG, we can become greener with the right technology. We can become more resilient with the right technology. Think about cloud technology. Think about the fact way back before Industry 4, when we started getting computers, how much more efficient we got. And now suddenly we're paperless. So if something goes wrong, we have a little bit more flexibility. If we have a fire, we've lost all our papers, for example. There's different things we can do with technology. And one question we have to ask is, what is the risk of not adopting new technologies, not digitally transforming? This is the big problem that companies have. We don't want to be another Blockbuster Video who went out of business because basically their business model overnight was completely destroyed by new technology. Kodak, who invented the digital camera, but decided, our core business is the physical camera, so maybe we don't want to take that risk and damage our core business. Well, you know who took that risk? Everybody else. And that's why Kodak struggled. Or BlackBerry, who looked at the iPhone and looked at other touchscreen technologies and thought, this will never catch on. We don't want to be that company. So the risk of not adopting new technologies, not advancing, is greater than actually taking that risk of entering into the digital world. We've talked about Industry 4 previously, so I'm not going to talk too much about this other than how relevant it is to oil and gas. The automation, the Internet of Things, big data, being able to make decisions, being able to find new oil, being able to drill more effectively, all of these things. And some of the technologies we're talking about include robotics, they include cloud, blockchain. Blockchain is very interesting technology for supply chains, for securing data. So this is another area we need to be considerate about. Smart oil and gas. I talked very briefly there about drilling, but a lot of companies are looking at smart drilling, increased efficiency and success of drilling, cleaner ways of drilling that help to meet regulation and ESG, automation and real-time data. And we've also got smart oil fields. Smart oil fields where we are connected oil fields, where we're using sensors, we're using various different instruments talking together to get the most out of the data that we're receiving from monitoring devices. In fact, from the data that I've seen, 10 to 20% is the increased efficiency you can expect from a smart oil field. They're trying to solve 20 billion in unscheduled shutdowns and 25% of waste. That's ultimately what smart oil fields are trying to solve. That usually comes from uninformed decisions. You can get increased uptime, improved safety, and gain new intelligence from field devices, whether it's videos, fancy monitoring devices, and so forth. So that's another area. And it all links back into big data technology. But there's other things. AI is coming and growing. We've got recycling. We've got the fact that the green movement has grown from COVID as well. And so what are we doing with regards to solar energy, wind energy, renewables? How are we getting involved? Drones, something as simple as drones, helping safety. They can actually go and see the pipeline. I used to work with Lukoil in Iraq. We had pipelines in quite dangerous areas. Using drones, you can monitor the pipeline without having to go physically and potentially be in a dangerous situation. So drones are a great technology as well. And Grant yesterday was talking about water scarcity. There's a lot of new technology when it comes to water scarcity as well. Just very briefly, water seer is one where it takes moisture from the air and it turns it into water, and solar desalination tools that actually is powered by solar, and it's focused on turning it into drinkable water as well. So there's a lot of technologies. I know there's also a fog or a mist tool as well. It takes mist, captures mist, and turns that into water. So they're working on these technologies, and obviously that's the Elon Musk's rockets coming back down to Earth and able to reuse them. Not only saving money, but saving on having to wasteful material and so forth. So what about risk management and innovation? We've talked about these technologies, and it's constantly being innovated. These technologies are constantly being improved. The other day, they announced the first wind turbine to be the blades, first wind turbine blades that are fully recyclable. That was one of the arguments before against wind power. And if we look at downtime of wind power, it's reducing every year. So we're improving. But one thing to think about when you are innovating, when you are looking at technologies as a business to decide what you're going to adopt, is risk management. Understanding risks help you understand constraints and boundaries. When you understand your constraints, that's when you start thinking 10 times instead of 10%. You're not trying to improve a process by 10%. You're trying to think bigger. That's when real innovation happens. And I also like to link risk management and strategic planning. They're so aligned. I'm not saying that risk management should sit within strategic planning or vice versa. I'm just saying that risk-based strategy is where it's at. Risk management looks at risks to businesses and opportunities. Strategic planning looks at strategy options, objectives, plans, developing these, as well as opportunities. Imagine linking the two. If you have risks, we might have a solution that requires a new strategy. And if we come up with strategy options to deal with that risk, we need to look at the risks to that strategy, to improve our strategy and assess the opportunities together Run quantitative risk analysis to stress test these. With horizon scanning and scenario planning, we can start doing that. Stress test our future strategies. Some of the questions we should be asking, this is just for COVID-19, but it's the same for everything. Climate change, any of these emerging risks that are coming, we should be asking similar questions from. It's what is it going to look like to our business? How is climate change going to impact us? Well, what's going to happen after COVID-19? Is there going to be less travel compared to before? Are we going to continue social distancing? Is there going to be less youth unemployment because of increased immunity? Or is it going to be more youth unemployment due to a recession? Is there going to be more homeworking? Are staff going to demand this? You ask all these questions and then you figure out your strategy to deal with that. And part of that will probably be digitization. So just as an example, imagine the following risks exist in your business. Risk of disruption from new players. We talked about digital disruption. Risk of another lockdown. Imagine if we have another lockdown for another year. Maybe there's a new variant that the vaccines aren't helping against. What about social distancing? If we have a risk of social distancing on our current business model, our business model might be that we need lots of staff in a small area. And imagine risks of ESG failures. Well, what are the solutions? Well, part of them are robotization, smart drilling, as I've mentioned, adoption of green technology. So actually, digitization and a strategy will actually help us to reduce the risks to our business. But we don't stop there. Now that we have a strategy of robotization, smart drilling, adoption of green technology, we need to start looking at what are our actual options. And again, risk management plays a key part because risks can identify pitfalls in strategy, pitfalls to the various options that we have in terms of the technology. For example, what if this technology does not meet expectations? Maybe the changes to our service, this digital approach, doesn't meet customer needs or our stakeholder needs. Someone was talking about stakeholder earlier. It might be our supply chain that we're trying to improve. Let's adopt blockchain technology because that's the new buzzword. Blockchain technology is not going to help you if your suppliers are not on board. You will have a technology that only you are using and you implemented it to improve your supply chain, but your supply chain doesn't use it. So understand your stakeholders. What if the cost outweighs the benefit? Or the ongoing costs become unsustainable? What about the ethics? If we're going to replace our workforce with robots, how's that going to look? Maybe regulators won't like it, maybe the government won't like it, or maybe stakeholders won't like it, investors won't like it, customers won't like it. You're taking people out of the workplace. Not necessarily a good thing. Major delays in the implementation. Great, we're going to implement this new technology, but what happens if it's delayed and it takes much longer than you expected? What if you choose the wrong technology? You back the wrong technology. HD, DVD, and Blu-ray, I backed the wrong technology. I bought an Xbox 360, I think it was at the time, and it had an HD DVD player. I thought, yes, it's Microsoft, can't fail. I'm going to buy HD DVD discs. Well, that didn't work out well because Blu-ray became the standard. And if we go back, there was VHS and Betamax as well. And it's not always the best technology that wins. It's sometimes just the most accessible or the most marketed. What about future regulations? Have we thought about that? Look at Zoom. People adopted Zoom and then suddenly countries were banning it due to security issues. Well, again, what about robotics? If we introduce robotics, what happens if there's a tax introduced later on? Or AI, and suddenly AI is banned. We need to think more holistically when we make our decisions on digital transition and transformation. Risk management plays a part. Finally, this increased exposure to cyber risk as we go digital is the other area we need to think about. Oh, and I mentioned obviously drones, they're a wonderful thing, but actually it's weather dependent. If it's windy, you can't use it. If you're close to military areas or airports, you can't use it. Other people can use it and disrupt you. In fact, we saw in Aramco the drone attack in Abqaiq facilities. I actually used to live and work in Abqaiq many years ago when I was working at Saudi Aramco, and the devastation I saw from the pictures was scary. And this came from drone technology. So we need to think about the downside, we need to think about the upside, and we need to think about how it can impact us. So how can we manage this digital transformation? Number one, develop a strategy. Think about what you're going to do, consider the risks, develop the strategy. This is how we're going to grow. This is what we're trying to achieve with digital transformation. Too many companies I see are jumping onto the digital bandwagon because they think they have to. Don't do it. Make sure you understand what you're trying to do. Develop policies. And by the way, do this in a collaborative approach. IT should not do this. They don't understand the business needs. HR should heavily be involved because they're going to have to train people on a lot of this stuff. They're going to have to hopefully be involved in change management. So should legal, because legal have a view on this. What happens if we introduce new technology that is going to have an impact on regulation? We have internal audit, we have strategies, all the departments should be involved. Create a technology and digital committee that will make decisions on things such as risk appetites. What is our appetite on digital? How much are we willing to spend versus lose in order to grow our business and maybe enter new markets? We have to do this, and we have to embed risk management into all decision-making, innovation, and digital transformation projects. When we decide finally what technology and how we're going to implement it, we need to continuously run our projects just like we do any oil project by looking at the risks on an ongoing basis. And this takes me to the next, one of the most important factors: culture, people, human factor, training. We need to manage cyber risks related to human factors. We need to bring people on board to successfully digitally transform. People don't like change. We need to change new methods of doing work if we're going to transform digitally. So we're going to have to bring people on board. And that means building a positive culture that is agile, that is resilient. We heard about personal resilience. I loved that. And I loved again Ahmed's day one slide where he showed how many are human factor related when it comes to cybersecurity risks. So people are our most important resource. We need to bring them on the journey. And that's my presentation. How can risk management in your organization play a bigger part in digital transformation and adoption of new technologies? That's my challenge to you. Involve risk in all of these aspects, from identifying what the future risks are, how we can try to solve some of these future risks with our strategy, to deciding then, okay, if we're choosing certain digital or technology transformation projects, what is the best option? What are the risks associated with that? To then deciding, okay, we're implementing it. How are we going to manage this? And how can we reduce the risks overall? Thanks.
Thank you, Alexander. I was having a hard time with my mouse, wasn't moving. We'll move on. We will skip the break. Whoever needs to take a break, you can take a break, and we move on to our last session, organization resilience. I think I don't need to speak about resilience because many of the speakers already touched on that. Our first speaker is Mr. Giri Sikic, management consultant, author, and business advisor. He's a principal with Logical Management System Corp LMS, a consulting and executive education firm with a focus on enterprise risk management and issues analysis. Prior to that, and he's the founder. He held a number of senior operational management positions in a variety of industry sectors, served in the U.S. Army as an officer responsible for initial concept design and testing of the U.S. Army National Training Center and other activities. He holds an MED in counseling and guidance from University of Texas, El Paso, and a Bachelor of Science in Criminology from Indiana State University. Mr. Geary, the microphone is yours.
Thank you. Just share my screen. So, thank you for having me. It's unfortunate that I'm not able to be there in Kuwait. I miss visiting the country. It's been a few years since I've been there, but I'm going to talk about the lessons learned in enterprise risk management from what we call the BP Deepwater Horizon catastrophe. It's interesting because when I present this, at times I'll ask people about the Macondo event, and they get a bunch of blank stares from people. Well, Macondo was the field on which BP was drilling with Deepwater Horizon. And so we get a different perspective when we start looking at risk and how we address risk when people start using different terminology. So you've heard a bit of my background. This is just some additional information. The 4 books that I've written, one which is translated into Spanish on business continuity, crisis management. My last book, Protecting Your Business in a Pandemic, was written right at the time when bird flu, if you all recall that, back in 2008 timeframe, was on the horizon as being the pandemic. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess the bird flu didn't materialize. However, much of what I wrote, people are saying, was very predictive of what has happened with coronavirus. And as a result, we've begun to have to look at risk in many different ways. So as I looked at risk and looked at this over the years, I began to realize, in much the same respect that Nassim Taleb came up with the black swan and its consequences, that there are some basic problems when we begin to look at risk in terms of issue. Lack of knowledge when it comes to rare events with serious consequences, single observation, the event or an element plays disproportionately in the decision making and estimation areas. This is really an interesting slide from the perspective of what went on during the lead up to the Deepwater Horizon catastrophe. If you begin to look at that situation and compare it to where the slide is with the definition, lack of knowledge. One of the things that they did not have a really good base of knowledge on was the depth at which they were drilling for oil in the Macondo field, and so that the blowout preventers and other equipment had not actually been tested at those depths. So we took a risk in that regard and made assumptions based on information that was not necessarily as valid at the moment which it was needed. So when we look at severity of the consequences, we start to see that consequences are underestimated, oftentimes resulting in surprise at the impact of the event. And you can look at not only a Deepwater Horizon, but a number of events that have occurred. Since 1956, there have been over 191 incidents, from sunk rigs to blowouts to collapse and from hurricanes, etc. Interestingly enough, the Deepwater Horizon, while it made the headlines and was a worldwide event, no one, if I mention the name Aban Pearl, will readily recognize where the incident occurred. The Aban Pearl was a rig off of Venezuela that had 90 people on it, which all escaped, but essentially the rig collapsed and sank. Fortunately, it was a gas rig, and they were able to use the cutoff valves and shutoff valves so that it didn't blow out. But the fact is, here was an event similar. You lost an entire rig, and no one mentions it. So how we look at risk and how the media drives risk is really kind of an important aspect of how we do lessons learned from these events. So when we look at things, it's interesting because everybody talks about risk and identifying risk and doing risk assessments. This is a little article that I pulled from a paper, Reuters, that talks about BP, the British Petroleum Company, removing a World War II mine from their 40s pipeline. Now, they had already done risk assessments and they had taken the pipeline out for maintenance. So this outage starts. They find, as they're doing the maintenance on the pipeline, an unexploded World War II mine, which they claimed it was German, but they did all of the risk assessments. They did everything, but forgot to think about the risk that they hadn't put into the risk assessment. So the North Sea oil pipeline, which handles 40% of UK's production, was potentially at risk for a significant disruption that had been completely overlooked. How do we overcome this, and why is it necessary for us to understand the nature of risk with regards to operational issues as well as strategic issues? So I'm sure that the panels previous to me have been talking about various aspects. I look at risk in a couple different ways. One, there's a lot of unpredictability today. Who would have foreseen the current situation with a whistleblower at Facebook? Is that a risk? Is a company going to survive as a result? You know, these different aspects. Rigid forecasts that are cast in stone cannot be changed without reputational damage. The thing I point out here is that with risk, you can never really be assured. I wrote back in 2008, 9, 10, and up to date in 2020, a series of articles that I consistently updated about the potential economic consequences of a pandemic. And other than changing the virus from the bird flu H5N1 to the COVID virus, these I won't say predictions, but my forecast, if you will, which was not cast in stone, has basically come to pass in a lot of respects. And you can find the articles on the internet on the potential economic consequences. But if we look at unpredictability, you have to look at how we can increase the rate of knowledge, which creates increased unpredictability, but yet how we can increase the rate of knowledge to reduce risk. So the more knowledge we have, the greater increased unpredictability there is. But in that context, the more we know, the better off we are dealing with risk issues that are potentially overlooked. So when we look at things in risk management today, I found that many times organizations fail to understand and respect complexity. You know, risk is a complex issue, and I'll have a slide later that'll show you some of the aspect of this. Risks are connected. There's a lot of interconnectedness that is not associated directly with risk as you see it in front of you. There are cascade effects. If a risk is realized, it can cascade throughout an organization, cascade worldwide. For example, just the other day, Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram down for 6 hours because of a quote router that was misconfigured, which is a risk as you configure things from the IT standpoint. So how do we deal with that? Especially today with the pandemic and the situations we have of altered work environments. Touch points. Risks are connected by touch points. Essentially, what's a touch point? It's all the entities, organizations, and other aspects that your organization comes into contact with that are potentially present a risk issue. So those four, I think, are pretty interesting when we begin to look at things. Here's the problem that I think BP and other organizations, when they did risk analysis, did not quite get when they put their risk analysis into a working order, if you will. One, you identify a risk. Understand the risk is not static, it's fluid. The minute you identify a risk, you change the risk. Risk probes for weaknesses to exploit. Now, everybody thinks about risk being somewhat of an arbitrary thing, but risk, if you identify it, will now be altered, and it changes, and it looks for weaknesses to exploit so that when it does materialize, it may catch you off guard in a lot of respects. You can only temporarily mitigate and never really eliminate a risk. Now, that's probably a big point for argument for a number of reasons, because people have a tendency to think, I've identified a risk, I've mitigated the risk, therefore I can put that to rest and not have to worry about it. Mitigation may be longer term, but it's still temporary. Over time, mitigation erodes. So the risk continually reshapes itself. If you mitigate it, you now have a new type of risk, maybe a risk that's more controllable, but it's still there. So over time, as the slide said, mitigation efforts degrade, they lose their effectiveness as risk mutates, creating new risk realities. So when we begin to think about this non-static nature of risk, you can understand that it's not something that you can put into perspective on a one-time basis. You can't measure with absolute certainty the realization of risk, the velocity and the impact. So as risk occurs, velocity and impact come into play, and those are all based on circumstances in which that risk has occurred. So one key point I always kind of chuckle about, because having developed a lot of contingency, continuity, emergency preparedness plans, etc. When a scenario emerges and evolves, somewhat like the coronavirus did, we have to ask ourselves a question: why, with all these contingency plans, do we never have one for what actually happens? And that's kind of been the key note. People don't generally have a plan in place for what actually happens. They have plans in place for things that could happen. But even if you look at the things that we're used to dealing with, when they do happen, circumstances are different. So risk changes. Risk is represented as an uncertain event within a given time frame that, if it happens, will have an effect on objectives, the decisions, and some other important aspects of business. That's a really critical issue when we begin to look at risk and risk management, and what the lessons learned from the BP Deepwater Horizon event came to be. So the risk presented during the drilling of the Macondo field was something that affected the business operations and decision makings. And the history shows that the focus was get the job done, not manage the risks and whatnot. And they looked at cost and other issues. So 4 questions that are all too often never get asked when conducting an investigation into risk, threat, vulnerability, business impact, or hazard analyses. These, I think, are really important and really need to think about how your organization looks at risk. One is, what's the risk absorption capacity of the organization, which essentially means how much risk can we absorb before we have a risk explosion? At what point do we reach risk saturation, where the risk is to the point of saturating and we don't have the ability to mitigate? What's our risk deflection capability? How well do we buffer against the risk? And then what happens when risk happens and materializes, risk explodes? If you can begin to answer these kind of questions, you begin to start to look at how you need to be more open to complexity, see beyond the immediate, what's in front of me, and the typical, this is what I see, here's the risk, here's how we deal with it, and embrace the dynamic nature of risk. So this is kind of a process of changing the mindset. And I think the coronavirus, a good example of what we've seen as far as risk and risk change. Offices, businesses, etc., have had to rethink how they look at operating, and it's a continual process. So these are some points that I look at for overlooked and understated risk issues. Well, one, senior management doesn't take risk management seriously, primarily because it's a mindset. Senior management's focused on what? Goals and objectives. How do I meet and get the strategic plan executed? Risk management may be viewed as an inhibitor in some respects. So we have to look at how those two need to rethink and meld together better. Regulatory compliance, being in compliance with regulations, is not risk management. Current events often distract us, failure to see the long scenario and cascade effects. And then we look at the lack of strategic foresight, which risk management has a tendency to look shorter term, more tactically focused, and less strategically focused in some respects. Misdiagnosis of risk. BP Deepwater Horizon's a classic example of the misdiagnosis of risk. Labor resources treated as a cost rather than an asset. Over-reliance on process optimization. Failure to identify risk beyond first order effects. Failure to see the cascade effect. Human capital not considered in contingency planning, single model for managing human capital, which is today with a multi-generational workforce, a challenge because people don't operate the same under the conditions we have with regards to how generations work. Risk created by unhealthy workplaces largely ignored by senior management. And this today becomes a really big issue simply because of the work from home, remote work, other aspects brought on by the coronavirus. So we see these things and we start to realize that there are a lot of aspects that are overlooked or understated. Deepwater Horizon, an unhealthy workplace, maybe, maybe not, but it was largely ignored by senior management because how many rigs drilling on land and offshore did BP have at the time? So one rig, Deepwater Horizon, versus a look at many. And if you're a senior manager, you're probably looking at a broader based issue in this regard. So some issues to consider. This is the graphic that I mentioned earlier. Here is a perspective on risk and some of the things we have to think about when we look at events such as Deepwater Horizon, the Aban Pearl off the coast of Venezuela, several of the other events that have occurred. For instance, Russia lost a rig shortly after the Deepwater Horizon that was being towed to a location to drill and sank. So we recognize risk, the blue kind of rectangle. When we go to execute against risk, what we want to do is, if you follow the large dark blue arrow, is move to an altered risk state. So we can take actions, and I'll explain the green and red arrows in a second, but we have what I call execution risk, which can result in positive or negative consequences. So I can take an action, and that might be the right action, or I can take an action and that can be the wrong action. I can take no action and that could be the right action. I can take no action and that can be the wrong action. So we have to look at how the execution against the risk is put into perspective and how we actually put and implement the execution aspects. We have to take into consideration outliers, variables, what I call transparent vulnerabilities, the things we don't see because they're right there in front of us and we accept them because it's normal. But transparent vulnerabilities become a critical aspect. We didn't see it until it was pointed out. Linear versus nonlinear thinking. So this aspect of the big blue, deep, dark blue arrow going from recognized to altered state doesn't take into consideration that you may or may not be accomplishing that altered state, getting to that state by virtue of the fact that your actions may be quote, right or wrong. So we have to be a lot more flexible. And then we have to begin to start to think about what are the distorted maps of real risks? What are the threats that we face today that change the risk map that we have developed? 5 factors that I look at that affect our decision making, and these all go back to looking at lessons learned from Deepwater Horizon and other events. 1, interconnectedness. Today we see interconnectedness as a major issue because what's going on in the world, supply chains are being massively disruptive. So you've got a lot of issues with shipping. You've got a lot of issues with containers. You've got a lot of issues with getting from point A to point B with supplies. Look at interconnectedness with regards to industry. We've had a chip shortage for a long while. Why? Because of a major fire at one of the producing facilities. That has resulted in a cascade effect where you start seeing a lack of chips, computer chips being available. Asymmetry, small events that can create disproportionate and unexpected effects. Coronavirus started out as a relatively small event in China, spread worldwide very rapidly, and now it's had what I call a disproportionate unexpected effects, which is it's changed the way people work. It's changed the nature of supply chains. It's changed the nature of just about every aspect of life. Time compression becomes a factor. The whole process of just in time, you have little leeway with the effects of risk realization being felt rapidly. So just in time today has become a challenge for organizations because of supply chain disruption. We have noise, which is, if you read Dan Kahneman's latest book, Noise, you'll find that there's a lot of static, if you will, as an example, of salient facts not getting noticed at the time of an event, or the failure of what we call critical thinking, which essentially boils down to we didn't see it until it came about and we recognized it. Information vetting, which is how do we keep misinformation or inadequately provided information that has not been properly validated out of our risk assessments, and how do we change those risk assessments to better vet or make it valid information accepted. So it's challenges that we face in these areas. And I think that kind of conclude my thoughts on Deepwater Horizon and the catastrophe and the lessons learned. We have a tendency to look at what I'll call risk of the day. And today, what is the risk of the day? Well, coronavirus is one risk of the day. The second risk of the day is the preponderance of cyber threats that we face. So ransomware, cyber intrusion, etc., are risks. But what aren't we seeing in that risk horizon as far as emerging risks that are present and yet remain unseen? There are a lot of issues going on in terms of risk with regards to China today, because China has had some issues in getting power supplies. So the raw materials, coal, gas, oil, all becoming a factor and impacting the Chinese. And Chinese have begun to kind of do some saber rattling in certain areas. So what are we not seeing that's the emergent risk that will overshadow the risks that we're focused on today are critical? I'll kind of conclude with a little bit from Nassim Taleb, but also look at some perspectives. In one of his books, he talks about having a 1,000-pound stone hung over your head and dropped. The net effect of 1,000 pounds of stone dropping on you is pretty dramatic and probably catastrophic in many respects. However, if you break that 1,000-pound stone into tiny pebbles and drop them one on after the other, the net effect may be less catastrophic in the overall perspective. So the issue of if you keep doing what you've always done, you'll keep getting what you've always gotten from a results standpoint is something we need to begin to think about. And I think what has happened with the oil industry and drilling in terms of deep water and other areas in the global environment is that they've begun to say that we need to make some changes. And as a result, technology advances, other things have occurred that change the risk paradigm so that we begin to see a different environment evolving. So at this point, I'll close. You can reach me at these 2 email addresses. My phone number is there. Be glad to answer any questions if people would have questions or we need to chat about issues. But thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Giri. Time constraint, we'll move on right away. Our next speaker, Mr. Graham Pennant, Vice President of DNV and the head of their UK Energy Transition and Innovation Activity. He holds a first-class honors degree in mechanical engineering, has been supporting customers in the energy industry for more than 30 years. He's the primary author of the Oil and Gas Companion Report, supporting DNV Energy Transition Outlook. And Graham, you have the floor. And Mr. Giri, could you release the screen?
Yes. Is that done?
Okay, thank you, Abdulaziz. Thank you for that very kind introduction. I shall just put this on projection mode, full screen. And hopefully you can all see that.
Still not on PowerPoint.
Okay, are we full screen yet?
Perfect.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So thank you for the very kind introduction, and thank you to the event organizers. I'm honored to have been invited to share with you today some of the views of DNV on the energy transition and some of the emerging risks that we see in this area. For those of you who don't know DNV, I'm proud to have 12,000 employees around the world and 300 offices in more than 100 countries, and we have a long history of being engaged in Kuwait as well. I'm very proud to have a lot of good contacts and a lot of good customers in Kuwait for many, many years. One thing I just want to highlight with respect to DNV is that we are an independent foundation. That means that we can be technology agnostic when it comes to look at the energy transition. We don't have a strong position for oil and gas or for renewables. We are able to navigate the energy transition from an independent perspective and provide our customers and regulators and industry with independent advice on how we see the energy transition developing. Part of our investment each year in our research and development activity is to publish the outcome of our model of the energy transition out to 2050. And this is a global model of energy supply and demand, and it's summarized in that report you can see on the left-hand side there, most recently issued in September this year. The forecast itself is underpinned by a series of companion reports, and this year we've chosen to issue 3 companion reports, one which summarizes the most important technologies for the energy transition, one which addresses the very important challenge of how will we finance the energy transition and attract the financing to the right areas of the energy transition, and then one which a couple of speakers have touched on today, the important role of the maritime industry, both from the perspective of transitioning from transporting crude oil or gas or refined products to a position of increasingly having to transport large quantities of rare earth metals or ore that we need to move around the world to be able to increase our ability to transmit energy through electrical systems. So those reports are all available They can be downloaded from free from that website you can see there. And importantly, you can also download, if you wish, all of the supporting data that is produced by the model. So what is the model actually telling us at the moment? So I just want to highlight a few of the both risks and opportunities that the ETO is highlighting, and I'm going to drill into a couple of these in subsequent slides. One thing that we've all been very aware of course, has been the COVID pandemic and the tragic circumstances of that pandemic on people, on communities, on businesses, and indeed the impact on governments around the world. A lot of governments are talking about the need to build back better, to reinforce their economies in the future. But when we examine the actual spending plans of many of the governments, we see that the recovery spending that's being planned is a lost opportunity with respect to the energy transition and our ability to build back in a greener way than the way that we've previously run our energy systems. As a result, our forecast is that we are far from achieving our Paris Agreement ambitions. DNV forecasts that we will exceed the 1.5 degree carbon budget by 2028, and that we will have exceeded the 2 degree carbon budget by 2050. That's set against a declining level of emissions, and emissions are certainly going down over the forecast period, but they're not going down quickly enough. Electrification is clearly surging ahead, and we see the impact of renewable electricity in the power grids from solar, from wind, from wave, tidal, perhaps from hydro as well. And variability and low prices are not roadblocks with respect to the growth of renewable electricity. We certainly, in our forecast, are saying that about 70% of the world's electricity generating demand by 2050 will be met by renewable and nuclear sources. But one of the things that those variable resources need is system resilience. And this is a key thing I think I'll return to in the discussion today, is the importance of having a resilient energy system and recognizing that pulling a lever in one part of the energy system can often have a detrimental impact elsewhere in the system. And you can see that there are numerous examples of that. Perhaps one of the biggest examples, it was the decision of the German government post Fukushima to phase out nuclear power from the German electricity grid. As a result, Germany then turned back to reopening coal mines, brown coal mines, lignite mines, and went back to coal-fired generation to fill the gap that was in their baseload energy delivery that was normally provided previously by nuclear. So the message is very, very clear and very important that you need to have a system level look at how we transition our energy system. Oil will slowly lose its position. I'll come back to that in a couple of slides as well, but gas will remain strong. What we will need to do, however, is to find ways of decarbonizing the gas that we're using and using carbon capture and storage in particular as a means for capturing emissions from the combustion of gas in industry or in power generation. And our forecast at the moment is currently showing that the rates of deployment of carbon capture and storage are too slow to meet our climate ambition. It's very clear that a lot of discussion is going on about hydrogen at the moment, and hydrogen could play a very key role in unlocking our ability to transition faster. We do believe that we need a lot more hydrogen in the system, and we also need to be able to use that hydrogen in new hydro refineries or new hydrochemistry projects to be able to develop new solutions around ammonia, around e-methanol, around biofuels, synthetic aviation fuels. So hydrogen in particular has a very key role to play. We see most hydrogen in the period between now and 2030 coming from what we would describe as blue hydrogen projects. That's reformation of natural gas with carbon capture and storage involved. But increasingly, as we move into the 2030s, due to technology learning and cost reductions, we see green hydrogen, that is hydrogen produced from electrolysis of water, becoming more and more dominant. That in its sense is a real investment challenge, because when we talk to the investment community at the moment, as we do regularly within our projects, there's a huge amount of uncertainty as to where to place the investments that they need And we've seen a big shift in the investment community wishing to have an impact, have a transformational impact in their financial investments. But at the moment, they're looking for guidance on which particular avenues to follow in that energy transition piece. One important factor for the energy transition, which we'll come back to subsequently as well, is the fact that in our forecast, we see population and economic growth decoupling from energy use and emissions. If we look at the historical picture of GDP growth and energy consumption growth, they were almost one-to-one mapped to growth in population. We see that decoupling. We see the energy system becoming much more efficient. The use of electrification from renewables in the power grid, the use of electrification in transport in particular, will make our energy system much more efficient than it is today. You only need to look at your own houses and properties to recognize that even though our TV screens are bigger, even though our houses are much better equipped with fridges and freezers and dishwashers and air conditioning systems, the energy system rating for those devices is much better than it used to be. So even though we see substantial GDP growth and population growth, we do see the opportunity for substantial energy efficiency gains. Now, I wanted to come back to this issue of system resilience and the system view, particularly when it comes to our discussion around energy. Energy system discussions can often get very polarized, and this polarization really does not help us when it comes to discussing how we can achieve our energy transition goals. Today, around 19% of our energy mix is non-fossil. It's coming from renewables or it's coming from nuclear. DNV's forecast, even though DNV are one of the most positive forecasters when it comes to the increased use of renewables in the electricity generation system and the use of electricity in transport, is still forecasting that by 2050, only 46% of the energy system will be non-fossil. So that's a radical increase, a rapid increase in the use of renewables. As I mentioned earlier, 70% of the power generation system will be renewable based by 2050. But we also need to address this issue of the molecular energy that we use in our energy system today, which is derived largely from oil, from gas, or from coal. And that's represented by those grey and brown peaks that you can see in the background, that goes to produce more than 6,000 products we use day to day in our everyday life. There's a massive interdependency between the provision of products derived from oil and gas for the renewables industry and for the low carbon transport industry. For example, a typical wind turbine blade will probably require something like 200 tons of crude oil to manufacture the plastic composites that go into the blade manufacturer. A typical EV car, like a Nissan Leaf, as we switch to EVs away from internal combustion engines, we will be buying and replacing those vehicles. But a typical Nissan Leaf requires something like 350 litres of oil to make the plastics that go into that vehicle. So there's a huge interdependency between molecular energy and electrons. We don't manufacture things from electrons. People need to realize the importance of molecular energy in the energy system. And we need to be talking about it much more, because there are some substantial risks of some of our assets being stranded if we don't address the need for oil and gas out to 2050. As I said in that previous slide, there is an equal split in our view between fossil and non-fossil energy in 2050. But this is at risk as well, because if we look at the situation today, oil is now approaching $80 a barrel. That's up 15% in the last month, and it's double where it was this time last year. Gas prices have increased since April from $2.5 per MMBTU to $6.50 per MMBTU in September. This is obviously attracting the attention of the investment community as well. And of course, if you're looking for returns on investments, there's a lot of money in the system that could make its way back into traditional oil and gas investments. One of the things we do need to do in oil and gas investment is be able to attract oil and gas, to attract investment in oil and gas projects into low carbon solutions and into new production facilities with a higher use of electrification and perhaps the use of gas turbines or gas-driven engines that we've used in the past. But there is a risk here that the increased price for oil, the increased price for gas, could actually attract investment to move back into oil and gas. And if that happens, then this split is at risk. Just looking at where that energy is being used for a moment, as I said earlier, final energy demand in our forecast levels off from 2030 onwards. And despite a massive increase in transport, and our forecast shows an increase in vehicles on the road of about 1.4 billion between now and 2050. So despite that massive increase in vehicle fleet size, actually the demand for energy in the transport system will flatten off. And that's largely because the electrification of that vehicle fleet. Energy demand in buildings will increase. And this is one of the things we also need to think about when we address climate change risk, but both heating and cooling needs for buildings of the future will increase our energy demand in that area. Manufacturing energy demand will stay quite flat. If I look at where that energy is going to come from, break down that 46-54% split a little bit further, we do see huge increase in wind. We actually see a much bigger increase in the forecast in solar, both for PV and for heat in the energy system. And we do see declining demand for oil and for coal in particular. If I zoom in a little bit further to our view on the hydrocarbon elements of the system, our view is that gas maintains its production rate and oil almost halves. But that's from a situation of about 95 to 100 million barrels a day to a situation in 2050 where we're still consuming around 45 million barrels a day. So this is still a substantial quantity that's required in the energy system. And one of the challenges that we need to face, of course, is that these are finite resources. So even though you can see quite a marked decrease in oil demand, that's matched, or in some cases even exceeded, by normal reservoir depletion rates. So even though overall oil demand decreases, we are going to still need to explore, to develop new resources. Those resources will typically be smaller fields than we do today. So we're going to need to continue innovating in the oil and gas sector to be able to find ways of developing those new hydrocarbons, even to meet reduced demand. But we'll need to do that from smarter technologies. We'll need to do that from lower carbon production technologies in the future. So we need to be able to replace the existing capability we've got today, capacity we've got today, with new lower carbon solutions for the future. I want to conclude with two messages, however. It's very, very important that when we look at this energy transition, that we consider how we do this in a just manner. And this is one of the real challenges behind all of the series of COP programs we've had. We're a couple of weeks away now from COP26. But we do need to realize that the issue of CO2 is only one issue when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. If I look at one of those particular Sustainable Development Goals, Goal 7 on affordable and clean energy, today, almost 30% of population in sub-Saharan Africa, just to take that as an example, has no access to electricity. Almost 70% of them have no access to modern water heating techniques, and 73% of them have no access to modern cooking technologies. That changes a little over the year, but does not change fast enough. And it's very, very important as we think about this energy transition, that we think about how we make this energy transition just, and that we reduce the risks to those populations in the world that are at risk of being left behind as the Western world or the Northern Hemisphere transitions to a lower carbon future. And I want to summarize with one final slide, and that again addresses the complexities of energy transition risks. We talk a lot about energy transition risks in terms of policy, regulatory changes that need to be made, the investment needs I touched on. Societal issues are very, very important here. We talk about just transition, but we also need to put the consumer at the heart of this energy transition. We need to be able to have the technologies in place and make sure that we can scale and deploy those technologies and continually look for disruptive technologies that can help us accelerate the pace of the energy transition. Because all of those things have an impact on global trade, on the economic risks, and the competitiveness of industries. However, very, very important that we don't lose sight of the fact that climate change risks are already occurring and will continue to occur during this transition period and may even accelerate. And that includes physical risks, damage to infrastructure, damage to supply chain, your ability to get goods and services along that supply chain, the damage to our natural ecosystems and our water, our land and agricultural systems, all of which will put pressure on our social systems and could even lead to greater degrees of migration than we're already seeing. But it's not all bad news. Those risks, if they're properly identified and managed, can lead to a number of opportunities in developing new solutions, in developing new resilient approaches to address supply chain risks, identifying new markets, new opportunities, and to increase our efficiency in energy and resource consumption. So I'll leave it there today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your attention. Should you have any questions, please pop them in the chat function or come up with them later. My email address is there for you as well if you have any questions subsequent to the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Graham, for your presentation. And again, any questions, please pop them in the chat or send it by email. Our next guest is Mr. Tom Teixeira. I think I pronounced that properly. Partner at Arthur D. Little in the London office with the responsibility of enhancing, building the risk practice services. He brings 20 plus years in risk management experience, both in senior consulting and operational roles. His key area of expertise are risk-based strategic planning and forecasting, risk analysis quantification, total cost of risk, reduction strategies, including insurance and captive management, governance, risks, and compliance technology platforms. And Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Hopefully you can hear me okay, and you want me to share my screen.
We hear you very well. We just need the screen.
Perfect.
PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Perfect.
Perfect. Again, thank you very much. Again, very brief introduction. So I run the risk practice for Arthur D. Little. Arthur D. Little, for those of you that don't know, was the first management consultancy to be established in the world and established in the 19th century. And we're known for sort of bringing together strategy, innovation and technology, and people and experience. And in terms of the risk practice, we've been supporting the energy sector for the last 30 years or so. What I would like to say up front, in a way, apologize because I know there's an energy focus here, but I also don't like talking from or preaching from the theory book, and I like to use real examples. And if you permit me, I want to use examples that are related or that I've worked on recently in relation to what we call the mobility sector and the future of mobility. But a lot of the sort of the risks, the issues around business resilience are just as relevant to the energy sector. But I will be focusing on recent projects that I've been involved in. And it is about, I talked about the word business resilience. It's something that a lot of people are talking about, challenging what is business resilience? What does it mean? Where does risk sit in it? Where does business continuity sit in it? So it is challenging people to understand. So how do we make our businesses more resilient post-pandemic? So things are changing. And I suppose I had the honor of interviewing a number of board members and CEOs of a number of major organizations in the Asia Pacific region straight after the pandemic to get an understanding of what was working for them and what wasn't. And ultimately, it was very interesting what they come up with. They thought they had robust business continuity crisis management strategies. Those didn't work. They realized that a lot of the data that they had was out of date, needed a number, needed updated, needed refreshing. didn't really help them, in terms of the planning process. They also said, from a risk management perspective, it's very, very static. We look at registers. Yes, we had pandemic at the bottom of the register. We ignored it. We don't have the metrics. We don't have the forward-looking capability to provide us an understanding of what's coming over the hill. And we also don't have an understanding of the velocity. So many of the organizations said, yeah, we knew that there was potentially a pandemic, and there were signals in other economies, in other markets, but we hadn't realized how quick that those signals would promulgate themselves into something that, into a real risk, from an emerging risk into something that was real, that could affect our businesses, and how quickly it hit their businesses, and how quickly then it promulgated itself across the organization. So this issue of velocity and how quick something could emerge, affect us, and really be detrimental from a financial and from a reputational point of view was another area that caught them out. And overall, there needs to be more flexibility in terms of the operation. So again, post, COVID-19, post-pandemic, business models will be changing. And the whole approach to sort of business, to risk, to business continuity, to crisis management, to also sustainability. That's another area now that people are focusing on. This is a chance really to get our whole approach to sustainability right. There is a new business model. What should, the approach now look like from a process point of view, from a data and systems perspective, and also from a cultural perspective. So there are many different facets that need to be considered in building this resilience model. But let's get a bit more of an understanding of what we actually mean by resilience. And again, this is just a sort of a basic approach. But again, traditionally, we've seen separate functions, separate departments for business continuity management, crisis management, those for the risk management, and for assurance. And I think the key theme that I want to bring to this discussion today, or to this presentation, is the need of a more integrated approach. Many of the risks that get identified as part of the normal risk management process, are the risks that are going to affect the key assets, the key processes, the key individuals within your organization. So there's a lot of overlap in terms of the data. And also clearly, yes, you've got functions like internal audit. But as I said earlier, that the leadership of many of these organizations now, post-pandemic, want more assurance that the control mechanisms that they've got in place, that the quality of risk management that they've got in place, as well as the quality of their business continuity and crisis management plans, are fit for purpose and will work should that crisis materialize. And so what do we mean by the provision of assurance? What does that look like in terms of data? And that's something that I'll discuss shortly. But then bringing those together, taking a top-down and a bottom-up approach to consider not risk at just a strategic level, but operational level, and also include the financial, the commercial risk that you as within your organizations you could be affected by. That then gives you what we would call a taxonomy of looking at some of the key risks, be they related to the political, the geopolitical environment, regulatory, but also looking at areas such as interface risk, whether it's around capital expenditure. The previous speaker talked about, supply chain management, asset management, staff management. These are all of the things that are key in terms of levers, in terms of your overall resilience model, and need to be looked at more closely in terms of, and you need more focus in relation to the quality of data. But I think the other important thing is it's all very well saying you've got data, but you've got to be able to transform that data into information and then into insight, and present it in a way that's then going to support the decision-making process. So, and again, this is just an example of where these various functions, be it around business continuity, be it around the risk management side of things and looking at emerging risk, and be it around our assurance, there's a lot of commonality in terms of the data. You as organizations will have your own data sets. You will also be able to get access to external data sets around what's happening in the external business environment. And in terms of building up that level of resilience that you need, there has to be a way of bringing all of that data together, making sense of it, using now sort of techniques, as I've seen now on a number of occasions, and I'll describe an example of that in a minute, of the application of AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning to try and understand what are the patterns, what are the connections, what are the correlations within the various sets of data. And then, again, as the previous speaker said, there's a lot of interconnectivity in today's complex environments between risks, and therefore this needs to be a lot better understood. There is also this other area of emerging risk. So what does emerging risk actually look like? It's all about the level of uncertainty, the lack of knowledge that we've got. So with the data that we've got and the sort of the potential of creating a bigger data lake, is there, with the tools and techniques that we've got, an opportunity to see what the patterns are, as I said earlier, but what's emerging as a potential risk theme, and also trying to get an understanding of that vector around velocity. How quickly is it emerging? How quickly could it crystallize into a real threat, you know, and affect the organization? And therefore, what have we got in place to give us that right level of protection? But if that doesn't work, are we sure that the response strategy that we've got in place, the plans that we've got in place, will minimize overall disruption and get us back to full operational capacity as soon as possible? And I think I mentioned emerging risks. And again, if we're looking at the sort of the ecosystem around, you know, what we would call the mobility, again, a number of trends. We did recent analysis, and there are a lot of trends, be there around socioeconomic equality. If we look at some of the global trends, the greater use of e-commerce, you know, the mobility of goods, how cities, you know, how landscapes are, you know, actually changing, how people are traveling these days. So there's a travel consciousness. People want to be healthier, you know, they want to have a sort of healthier mobility lifestyle. And so there are a lot of trends post-COVID that need to be analyzed, that could lead to, because of the technologies that's being used, because of, let's say, a greater focus on intelligent transport systems, that can lead to emerging risks. So there may well be a new business model, a new operating model in place. Yes, you've got to remember what your traditional risks used to look like, but don't forget about what's emerging, you know, around the corner. What is the data now telling us? What's the landscape telling us? What do we now need to focus on in terms of protection to make sure that we protect ourselves from a financial perspective as well, you know, as well as a reputational point of view? And I think, you know, with the studies that we've undertook, and I've talked about the downside, clearly there are also opportunities that could be exploited. So even within the energy sector, post-COVID, there will be changes, and we talked about the transition into, you know, into renewables, for example. You know, there will be opportunities that need to be taken, and therefore there's a real need to be more agile. As I said, powered by data and analytics, that's becoming very, very topical indeed. How can we apply the new assets, and how can we you know, the new technologies, and how can we repurpose our assets? What kind of focus now do we need in terms of being more sustainable in light of the environmental pressures, you know, that we've got? And how do we develop more flexibility around the staff, and more flexibility around the sort of the functions that we're dealing with, you know, such as procurement and, you know, spare part management in this case. So I think the point here is business models are changing, risks are changing. There are what we can call, you know, emerging risks, which I would call not black swans in this case, but known unknowns in most of the cases that I've, you know, that I've been involved with. And then how do we leverage, or how do we take advantage of these opportunities in the business model, and overall make us more resilient in terms of that changing environment? And what I just wanted to quickly describe now is an example of a project I was involved with where we made the organization as a whole more resilient. So in this case, this was a major transport operator, Asia Pac, based in the Asia Pacific region, clearly had issues because of inclement weather and because of local conditions around vegetation falling on the track. So if a tree falls on the track, the train is late. It has reputational implications. It also has financial implications. And this was a sort of proof of concept whereby we applied the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to model the particular line in question, to look at local ground conditions, local conditions in terms of the vegetation, because again, you can take digital pictures and transpose those onto a particular model. So that's what we would call the static risk side of things. But we also then modeled in close to as near time as possible inclement weather such as typhoons. And then by combining the static risk, the understanding of the local conditions, the incoming weather, we then created a predictive model that gave an early warning mechanism, produced what we would call key risk indicators to identify where along a particular line there was the probability increasing in terms of vegetation falling on the track, which would then give the signal for the maintenance teams to go out, cut back that vegetation and avoid the disruption from happening in the first place. So it was very successful. It takes time, it requires data. The algorithms that get produced get better and better over time. But this is a case of supporting decision, improving the sort of the decision-making process from an operational point of view, based on what the information is telling us. It isn't about static risk management anymore. It's about being more flexible, more dynamic, and avoiding operational and business disruption at the end of the day, and ultimately making the organization more resilient in terms of the challenges that it faces. This is clearly just one area of risk in terms of operational disruption. Clearly that then leads to the need to look at other risk drivers and assess those and model those as well to get a much better and overall understanding of the level of disruption that could take place. So I just wanted to give you an understanding of the kind of projects, proofs of concepts now that are out there aimed at improving, overall business resilience, focusing very much on the latest use of technology and data and analytics, but also, as I said a couple of times already, making sure that insights are presented quite early on in the process. And those insights can lead to decision-making processes and ultimately could lead to cost reductions. So in the case of this project, quite early on, we identified a number of thousand of a few trees, which we knew would never fall on the tracks. So there was no need to cut those trees back, no need to do maintenance. And that resulted in a considerable saving of a number of thousands of dollars from a maintenance perspective. But I think from the organization's point of view, it was an insight that was developed quite early on within the proof of concept, led to a decision to come back of maintenance in certain sectors, and ultimately provided, not only an improvement in terms of the business resilience side of things, but also led to cost reduction. And I think finally, I talked about governance. And so, yes, it's all very well having the tools, and the platforms. But what we're seeing again, post-COVID, is a request from senior management saying, we thought we were good at risk management. Okay, because of the sector that we operate in, we're supposed to be good at this, but we're still getting nasty surprises. They're impacting us, from a negative standpoint. We can't afford this to happen again. How can we increase the governance? How can we provide assurance that what we got in place is fit for purpose and is working? And so what we've seen a revival is of the traditional, what used to be called the 3 lines of defense model, now known, if we take the latest model from the Institute of Internal Auditors in the UK, it's known as the 3 lines model, with a greater focus of collaboration and support between the first line, which tends to be the operations, it tends to be the business, the major projects, those that are in charge of delivering the business, with the second line, which is a sort of more corporate level, deals with centers of expertise, deals with various functions like risk management and business continuity, but ultimately making sure there's more accountability and visibility of what's going on at first line. And with the second line of defense here, also being in a position to provide more insight by improved data and analytics around assurance in terms of the effectiveness of the existing control mechanisms that exist, but also providing support to the first line as well in terms of capability, experience, and as I said, those additional insights. So there's been a real move to try and tighten up and improve the overall corporate governance within the organizations themselves, and then being able to drive that whole piece around business resilience. And just some final thoughts. I mentioned it's really important here in order to drive that resilient environment, that resilient ecosystem that you need within your organization. You need an integrated approach between your various functions. Use of data is very important. Clearly, you need to ensure that you've got the level of integrity and quality around that data, but also making sure that you've got the ability to transform that data into information and into insight. And therefore, as we see in point 3, not only just having that insight, but also having predictive capabilities that avoid or reduces the probability of future surprises. And then it's bringing all that together to support different levels of management in terms of decision making, being more proactive, focusing on the preventative, but still making sure that if the problem occurs, if the issues occurs, we can reduce the overall impact and get back to full operating capacity as quickly as possible. And I think the final point is, yes, this is important from a governance perspective, and it will be important from a regulatory perspective. But I think what we've also seen is, get this right, you will drive performance improvement in terms of the achievement of your key objectives. And it also helps you get a balance right between how much risk you're going to accept on your balance sheet, how much you're going to physically mitigate out of your organization, and what's left, what will be effective in terms of transfer, for example, to the insurance market. So again, that's all really I wanted to cover today. I've got my contact details here. So if you've got any questions and want to get in touch, be delighted to answer any of them. But again, once again, many thanks for your attention today.
Thank you very much, Tom. Tom thankfully helped us to catch up with a little bit with the time. So we'll move on to Mr. Sim Segal, the president and founder of Sim Energy Consulting, which specializes exclusively in enterprise risk management, founder and program director of the MS in Enterprise Risk Management program at Columbia University, considered the #1 globally. More than 30 years experience in measuring and managing risk, globally recognized ERM thought leader with ERM experience variety sectors such as insurance, banking, technology, energy, just to mention a few. Sim, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Abdulaziz, and I'm glad to be with everyone today. I'm pleased to share with you just some brief thoughts on how to quantify risks in a practical and consistent way. A key issue with traditional ERM frameworks is that only financial risks are quantified, while strategic and operational risks receive more of a qualitative assessment. And this causes two problems. First is inaccurate risk prioritization. High, medium, and low, red, yellow, green treatment is too approximate. So you may have a category, the qualitative mapping of medium risk has got a range of metrics where risks bundled in there one may have 2.5 times the exposure of another, and that causes problems. You're either over mitigating in some cases, which is a waste of resources, or excuse me, potentially under mitigating, which of course is more dangerous if you have an event. And it also results in an inability to support decision-making. We heard a lot about supporting decision-making, which is a correct focus from my fellow panelists today. You can't manage what you don't measure. So, excuse me, if you're not quantifying strategic and operational risks, you can't inform decisions related to strategy and operations, which are often the most important decisions in an organization. Also, an inconsistent assessment of financial versus strategic and operational risks prevents integration and aggregation of exposures to the enterprise level, what we call enterprise risk exposure. So you can't actually manage that volatility to within risk appetite, which should be your limit on excuse me, enterprise risk exposure. And the problem with that is that if you're leaving out an ability to manage strategic operational risks, you're leaving out the bulk of ERM volatility. We're not talking about the smaller items, and it's a little bit of a philosophical different approach you may see in enterprise risk management practice, is that some people look at it as enterprising risk management. So taking the parentheses around risk management, taking everything that was done historically at a more granular level and just, well, aggregating it, just adding up hundreds or thousands of risks. And that's really not focus. That's really not managing anything. More you need the parentheses around enterprise risk in enterprise risk management, finding the big 20 to 30 major drivers of volatility up or down and managing that. That's much more of a strategic and focus. So every industry study I've ever seen, and two of the ones at the bottom, the first two at the bottom are two research studies that I led, and all, excuse me, all my client work, including those for financial services, show the same rough relative proportion. When you look at the large volatility items, true ERM risk, you'll find that 2/3 are in the dark blue, which is strategic risk. Strategy is designed wrong, strategy execution risk, competitor attacks, regulatory risk, supply chain, governance issues, international risk. The lighter blue, the operational, is about 20-something% of the pie. And that's more typically consistently defined as people-related risk, IT, process, and disasters, both man-made and natural. And not that it's unimportant, but in terms of the sheer number of large events that produce volatility, financial, market, credit, liquidity, commodity price risk, economic risk are the smaller part here. What's interesting is the more advanced organizations, typically in financial services, tend to focus all of their quantitative energy on the gray area, which is the inverse of the 80-20 rule, which is a problem. You have limited time and attention. You got to focus it in the right areas. So you're missing the bulk of the volatility if you're not quantifying this properly. Now, to address this, I want to talk about a value-based enterprise risk management approach to quantifying a risk. So this is a practical, nimble, yet advanced ERM framework that combines enterprise risk management with value-based management. And this is being used by leading organizations to quantify risk, all risks, strategic, operational, financial, and insurance, all on a consistent basis, which alleviates that other problem I mentioned about integration and aggregation. It's not possible once you're doing that consistently. So it's a 4-step process. The first step is to build a value-based enterprise risk management model. This is a dynamic projection of your business by business segment. Income statement, balance sheet, capital requirements on a cash flow basis out into future years. It's customized to your organization, your financial statement line items, how you analyze your business, the business subsegments, the key business and risk drivers, your key metrics that you output, what you actually value. That's really the key in value-based management. What do you value? How do you measure that? And what do you expect to achieve in your baseline strategic plan? Gary earlier mentioned that often ERM is not integrated into strategic planning, and that's right on the money. This approach begins with your strategic plan, projects it out dynamically, quantifies the value of the organization in a dynamic way that you can actually shock it up or down for risk events. Step 2 is to develop the key risk scenarios. So again, focusing on the top 20 or so, a big, really the most important, finding those first, and then doing a deeper dive. And this involves interviews with subject matter experts for each key risk, developing a handful, a very practical handful of deterministic risk scenarios that represent the major inflection points. And this is just a depiction here in these graphs here where you have each one representing a risk, and the red dots represent those specific stories that you get from the subject matter experts. The process of the interview uses failure modes and effects analysis, which is an adaptation from the manufacturing sector, developing risk from its originating source, getting the full story well thought out, and that's tricky. But it involves this approach with the conversation along with the understanding of the model to really ultimately understand the impact on the cash flow projection in the step 1 ERM model. both upside and downside scenarios. So you may see this graph in the middle, that red dot in the middle at the top, it maybe represents what you expect in your baseline. The two red dots to the left represent the downside, the two red dots to the right represent upside. Very important, excuse me, absolutely critical to get an understanding of both upside and downside, because you need an understanding of both risk and reward to inform decision making. This is missing in a lot of ERM frameworks. Step 3 is to take each of those red dots one at a time, those specific risk scenarios, and drop them into the model in terms of the shocks to the projected cash flows. So you're actually quantifying the individual risk scenarios. The last step is to quantify enterprise risk exposure. This is the overall volatility of the organization. So the vertical axis here is likelihood, and the horizontal here is company value. This dotted line here is what you expect in your baseline strategic plan. So if you perfectly execute your plan, you're here. Here's all the downside volatility. Here's all the upside volatility. You will run simulations of potential futures, including combinations of multiple risks happening at the same time. The studies show some of the biggest impacts are combinations of risks. So it's important to consider that, and that's often missing. So you get the volatility around the plan. So the narrower your chart here, the more tight you are around, less volatility, more tight around your strategic plan goals, the wider the chart here would be wider volatility. So these are the 4 steps. But what do you get out of this? Well, let's take a look at this. Here are 3 major outputs of this process. The first one on the left here is what we call the IRSQ one-pagers. IRSQ stands for, excuse me, individual risk scenario quantification. So it's just that red dot. It's just a larger picture of that red dot, that one story of this specific risk and one particular manifestation of it. How might that play out? So what you get is this one pager which tells the story, and it shows the impact on the metrics that you value. We would include, of course, company value in that, the valuation of the business. How does that change? And other maybe revenue CAGR, net income CAGR, et cetera, capital ratios. And the pie chart shows an attribution of the impact by component driver, so you can focus your mitigation efforts on the most productive areas. Now, this one pager is a very tangible, easy to consume single pager that is circulated vertically and horizontally in the organization to vet the assumptions, number one, because people, peripheral to the initial conversation, the subject matter experts may know something they didn't. And there's many case studies I can share about how that is critical to the process of enhancing the guesses of how this could play out. And the second part is it also socializes the information, which helps you advance your risk culture, very important. And boards of directors and senior executives are very interested consumers of this information. They dive in, they ask questions, they wonder, well, why is this specific event more than I thought it was in terms of impact? Why is this one less than I thought? And understanding the subject matter experts' opinions and the collective understanding of that, and also giving their own input on it, is part of the process. In the middle of this slide here is output 2, which is the individual risk scenario quantification by value impact. Now, you can produce this by any metric that you want because you have it already. Once you project all the cash flows, you can create any metric that you care about. And what's really interesting about this is the left-hand slide there, the left-hand side of the slide here is all these different risk scenarios. And you're picking the top 15 or so negative shocks to value, just one of the outputs. It's interesting to people. And it's very exciting the first time this is done. Every time I've seen this done, the first time it's shown is very exciting because you're putting everything on a comparable basis. It doesn't matter anymore. Strategic, operational, financial, insurance, source of risk, doesn't matter. You devolve it all down to why should I care? How does it impact the value metrics that I care about, whether it's company value or growth or whatever? And 3 things always happen. One, and I've done this for some very large organizations, there's surprises. Things turn up in the top 3 to 5 risk exposures that were thought to be very low. And conversely, some risks that were thought to be very high are pushed further down, crowded out by some other more important ones, or sometimes they're off the page. And that's really interesting insights. So it shifts priorities. The second thing that happens is decision making. And I'll share some case studies before we close. And the reason that we have decision making is because when you quantify risk on a consistent basis so we can really see what the most important ones are and choose. And we show it in terms of how it impacts what we have to protect. We know we have to protect value from going down and we want it to go up. We get that. When we see the threat to that, people react and say, oh, that's way larger than we expected. We can mitigate that. We're going to jump on it. We had no idea it was that large. And the third thing that happens, and this goes back to my earlier point, is that this prioritization you get, which is more granular, it's at a risk scenario basis, it is quantified by model and the information is trapped in your organization. You have it. It's getting a consistent conversation with your subject matter experts, identifying what these risks are that should be in this conversation, having those conversations, extracting that information, quantifying it in a consistent way, and feeding that back is real value and information. This prioritization replaces the qualitative, which was the initial broad brush funnel used in the first step, before the first step, which is the risk identification, is finding those risks. Most organizations, ERM programs, leave it there, leave it qualitative, and rely on the qualitative ranking. And as I said earlier, they over mitigate or under mitigate without realizing it's not their fault. This prioritization is wildly different in some cases. It is more accurate for lots of reasons, which we don't have time to go into, but maybe we can handle it in the Q&A. So this is a real cautionary tale. If you don't get to the step, you're really relying on qualitative, which is not accurate. And the third output here is enterprise risk exposure, ERA. Enterprise risk exposure, it is these pictures of this chart here. Of course, we can't look at the shape of a graph and know anything, so we take areas under the curve and interpret them. So we understand the likelihoods of crossing certain pain point thresholds. So we interpret this and say, well, this says we have a 25% chance of losing 10% or more of our value, or we have a 4% chance of losing 30% or more of our value. And this last bit here, this is just some examples. We have a 32% chance of meeting or exceeding our plan. Now that's a really interesting number, is that looking at the risk that we care about, the scenarios, the combinations, we're able to say an estimate for how likely we are to meet or exceed our plan. That's something that everybody's keyed on, is we want to make plan or exceed it. Very interesting when you do this in a second business cycle and you're able to say, well, we have a 32% chance now. Last year we had a 41% chance of achieving our goals. The questions are then, well, what changed? Which business segments are having trouble with that? Which risks are in our way? And what can we do about it? And you're in a position to answer all those questions. I'll close by just sharing a couple of case studies. This first case study is Fortune 20 major chemical supply chain, supply manufacturer. We're looking at a supply chain risk. They had identified themselves a number of risks and wanted me to quantify them. And they had one risk they didn't think was that big. They had a sole source supplier situation for a minor product line. And they got around to finally, they knew about it, but they didn't bother about it that much. They finally got around to asking them, what are you doing to protect yourself from fire or flood? Because we rely on you solely for this minor business segment. And they said, we're great at it. In fact, we're so good at it, we can't tell you it's proprietary. So I said, okay, we don't think it's big, but we're quantifying these other risks, let's quantify this. It turned out to be, by far, their number one risk exposure, about 12% impact to value. The next largest was about a 9%, and they were surprised. And the reason was the subject matter expert in conversations, it came out that yes, it will destroy that minor product line, but it's also connected to a major product line, which we have a tough competitor will come in and take away our market share, and we will not fully regain that. And the power of the multi-year cash flow projection captured that loss. They thought this was great news. They could report this to their board. They weren't aware of it. They could now focus on it. And again, decision-making, they could jump on it. And for them, it was rounding error, $2 million in 1 year to qualify a backup supplier. Just one more case study I'll share in the interest of time. This was a financial services company that was looking at a breach where privacy data would be stolen and thrown out on the web, but also systems would be attacked and credit cards would be stolen to their customers. In doing this analysis, they found they were surprised because it was an insurance company, that this was the number 3 risk exposure for all their financial risk. This was operational risk was much more important. And it turned out that the privacy data violation was the biggest one, because this event would have happened in a way that they would not know which of their millions of customers had their privacy violated. So they would have to do notification monitoring for everybody. This was back at a time when this was more costly. So they launched on two major decisions. One, to better identify and secure the 80 or so computers they had that had this data. And two, to purge ex-customer data, which state by state rules in the US of when you can do that. They cut their exposure in half. So again, identifying these and then focusing on them, supporting decision-making is what this methodology provides. So that's all the time that we have for today. I look forward to the opportunity to further discuss this in more detail with those interested in how other organizations are using this approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sim. We'll move on to Mr. Alexander Franke. He has worked in depth with commodity trading and energy companies, as well as with industrial corporates, major financial institutions on marketing, trading, commercial optimization related engagement, as well as on enterprise risk management projects. Most importantly, he's like myself, an industrial engineer, which should be enough. Floor is yours, Alexander.
Thanks, Abdulaziz. Thanks for having us. Can you hear me all right, and can you see my screen?
Your screen is clear and your voice is clear also.
That's great. Thanks very much for the kind introduction. From our side, we also have Andrew Horncastle joining. He's heading our energy practice in the Middle East and will contribute a little bit of our local experience to the topic. We'll talk about asset-backed trading and the general trends that we see in terms of a lot of the energy companies, especially in the Middle East, but also in some other markets, moving towards a more active commercial optimization and trading model. We'll talk about the benefits and the upsides that this brings, also in terms of the commercial risk management capabilities, but also the requirements that it takes from a risk control and an active risk management perspective. So let me maybe start with an overview of what we really see in the market. Traditionally, a lot of the typical NOC players have basically been focused on system-focused marketing or system-focused procurement of the commodity flows that they then they produce or that they process. Over the last couple of years, some of the NOCs have taken public steps. A lot are preparing, some are more advanced, but there is a general trend to enhance commercial risk management, commercial optimization, and trading capabilities across the board. Now, it depends on kind of the mandates that the individual companies get. I think if we basically look at where the targets are in the peer universe of commodity traders or the established IOC environment, we really see a focus on wanting to extract the full value of the asset footprint that exists, but also use these capabilities to transform a little bit the overall commercial capabilities of these organizations. And notwithstanding recent oil price movement with the energy transition and let's say the production or the fundamental supply demand balance shifting a little bit more towards structural oversupply, a lot of commodity producers basically feel like they need to shift from that legacy commercialization model where they were producing commodity and kind of waiting for buyers to come around and take it off their hands, to a model where you need to differentiate also in the consumer markets, understand what customer requirements are to protect margins and to really differentiate from a competitive offering perspective. This is where a lot of the independent traders have already gone, structuring offerings that encompass commodity supply as well as financial or risk management offers to basically complement this and to drive differentiation. Some of the IOCs are there as well. I think what's really the differentiator on full trading is that the asset activities are basically fully explored. There's third-party flows being managed, and there is proprietary positions being built on top of this. Now, obviously, a lot of these companies have taken 10, 20 years to build these capabilities, and a lot of the NOC sector has started a lot later, so it's basically in a catch-up mode a little bit. We do think that over the next couple of years, the standard operating model will be a full commercial optimization approach for a lot of the NOC players. And that goes for participants in the Middle East, as well as also Far East, Russia, and other emerging markets. What does it really mean in terms of the level or the activities that are being driven? It's moving from a historical situation where commodity flows were managed on a tender and long-term contract basis towards really making sure that opportunities also in spot markets can be captured, as well as a dynamic optimization, dynamic commercial optimization of all of the flexibility that exists in refinery assets, in storage assets, taking a more active view on hedging positions, also in light of market views that organizations have, exploring arbitrage opportunities, and basically exploring also the shipping optionality that exists in expanding into international markets. This is really this core field of trading for commercial optimization that we see players are targeting, the full trading that isn't necessarily only asset-based when we talk about structuring additional financial products, or trading with a really aggressive speculative motif is probably outside of the mandate of most of the NOC players. Maybe one of the levers that will be pulled a bit more is increasing third-party flows to really strengthen one's own portfolio position. Now, all of this obviously has attractive commercial benefits. When we think about what peers are capturing in terms of additional value, we're seeing between 50 cents and $1 on a physical barrel basis. So quite significant when we think about some of the production volumes that we see, especially in the Middle East. We think that a large part of this, probably 70–80% of that, can be captured with the activities that I outlined before. So it doesn't need to, the shift doesn't need to go to a fully aggressive prop trading model, just the optimization of the available asset optionality and playing the optimization on the physical side of the market will get you to a large degree there. What's also important is that when we look at these optimization potentials, these are really historical averages that we have observed over the last 10 years. If we look at the years 19 and 20, with the additional volatility that had been introduced, also in line with the COVID developments, the upside has been significantly larger. This is really the commercial opportunity that we see is there on a long-term basis. There are also other benefits apart from the hard financial ones, in terms of some of the culture and the transparency elements. So first and foremost, I would say that a lot of organizations have taken commercial risk management and trading capabilities as a catalyst for transforming the commercial mindset of the overall organization. This is a big opportunity also for NOC players, where through rotational programs, commercial talent can be trained up to be really leaning into market opportunities in a trading or a commercial optimization unit, and then rotate into other parts of the business, be it towards more downstream or B2B, B2C customer-facing businesses. The second point really is around establishing increased transparency for steering purposes. Really had all of the activities that I outlined before really require a fundamentally very clear understanding of commodity exposures, the flows, also the financial positions that are used to manage them. This is really provided a big push in terms of the overall transparency and reporting capabilities that organizations go through. And it obviously helps read also markets on a long-term basis a lot better. And then the third one is connected to the benchmarks that we saw on the previous slide, the ability to better value and capture the flexibility that exists in today's assets, also supports B2B or B2C activities that you have on other parts of the downstream businesses, be it businesses that you have on the aviation side, on bunkering, on larger wholesale markets, or provides improved market insight. Andrew, do you want to add to this, specifically from a Middle East perspective?
Yeah, thanks, Alex. I think if we look at the NOCs here in the Middle East, obviously there is a lot of opportunity, and the different NOCs are actually at different steps in their development, over the last few years. What is clear, though, is that from a pure crude side of things, there is limitations. Trading is not happening on the crude side of things as it is, for example, in BP and Shell, because you have the oil sales price regime, which in essence, does not allow you to differentiate price widely across customers and geography. So that takes out a part of the trading side. Nevertheless, if you think of oil products or the refined products, or if you think of LNG, there's a lot of optimization potential along that staircase that Alex has pointed out earlier. And if you take that staircase, there's really three models that you see prevailing here in the Middle East. There's what I would call the commercially improved model, or you call it improved marketing as well. In that improved marketing model, you take the current marketing organization to the next level. You would differentiate your customer requirements. You would take hedging positions. So you educate the current organization to make more commercial value out of the barrels that they have. The following step then is, to trade extra volumes, maybe from third parties, to do really global arbitrage, to use your logistics, to use your storage, and also to drive more value out of it. But you would still remain an asset-driven business before you then, third step, get into full trading, where you do your entire portfolio optimization. You take third parties, and you really don't care about whether it's your own or third party volumes, and you take risks, where you don't know in many cases whether you're going to make money or not. So you better stay above the 55-60% success rate, but then you will make a good chunk more money. In any case, what needs to happen here from an operating model perspective is to link up the assets that exist. So the refineries, the LNG assets, and what have you, to be able to optimize those and the production, and bring them together with the market situation. And thereby, I think you would make a big step in any of these three cases towards more value generation. And that has operating model implications in terms of, bringing teams together, merging them, and putting money behind systems that are unified.
Thanks, Andrew. When we talk about if you want to go there, what are really the requirements to do this in a safe and in a sound way? I think Andrew has talked about some of the implications to the operating model already. What's important is that these commercial risk management and optimization activities are led by really sound risk and governance frameworks. What you don't want is that there is a lack of control and financial losses are incurred before you can prove the additional value that will come from these activities. So it's really around having and enabling clear rules for the delegations of authority for activities in the market to enable quick and agile reaction times towards market opportunities. It's also about other topics outside of risk management, strictly speaking. So talent, I will talk about a little bit on the next slide as well. It's really around from a commercial talent and a risk management talent perspective. It's about getting experienced people into that organization so that you can remove yourself from mechanically calculating risk exposure and really getting to the insights that you need also between risk management and commercial decision makers to have a challenging but also a sparing discussion. Then it's about stakeholder management on the one hand side, really to enable comfort at the top of the house for the emerging activities that are being driven there, as well as within the different business units, whether it's between or the interface between trading and commercial optimization to the upstream and the downstream parts of the business, or also to the CFO organization, because some financial resources will obviously be consumed with these activities, also in terms of working capital requirements and risk capital requirements. Transparency around that before you basically start acting on scale opportunities is very important. And then there is also the systems and process perspective to really operationalize all of this. When we drill down into risk management and the risk management requirements here, it's really picking up on some of the points that Sim made in the previous contribution around quantifying, measuring the risk, putting a very rigorous framework around the tracking and the creation of transparency of exposures, of flows, and also of the financial positions correspondingly that are used to manage the risk on an active basis. Not only on a typical, corporate clock speed, but this needs to really happen on a day-to-day basis. Having clear views on what daily P&Ls are, what daily risk movements are, what new risk exposures or new risk drivers are, or also potential new stresses are that could impact your overall commercial position. A lot of this needs to be automated to basically support the operational day-to-day. But also here, I would say, coming back to the talent point, first and foremost, it's around not only focusing on the risk control aspect, but establishing a risk function that can really act as a sparring partner to front office decision makers, having enabling a discussion on what are the right risks to take, where are you going to be adequately compensated for the risk that you're taking, which opportunities should you seek out, and which are the ones that aren't adequately compensating you for the risk that you're taking. That's a quick overview, and I've seen Abdulaziz is coming on the video, and I'm conscious we're a little bit behind the time overall, and we're between you and the last contribution. So I would close with this. If you have questions, we can take them later on in our Q&A section, or if we completely run out of time, do feel free to reach out to us also over email after the session. And thank you very much for your attention and for putting a great format together.
Thank you, gentlemen, both. we move to our last speaker, Mr. Maytham Zaman, Senior ERM Analyst at Kuwait. He's been working in the oil and gas business for over 13 years in audit and risk control field. He represented the government assignment locally, globally as a keynote speaker in multiple risk-based audit conferences. Maytham, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Saud.
No pressure. You're the last person, so you have to be the best one.
Inshallah. My voice is clear, Saud?
Very clear. Yeah, and
okay,
the screen
great.
is ready.
Great. Thank you for the introduction, Saud. And this is the last presentation, but not the least, through this amazing conference. My topic today is about the synergy between the risk management and the internal audit field. My name is Maytham Zaman. I'm a industrial engineer. I've been working on the audit field for 10 years. And recently, in the last couple of years, I switched to the ARM. So basically, I was involved in the both discipline. And I hope, inshallah, at the end of this presentation, to add value to everybody. Let's start with the refreshers. What is risk management? Risk management, close this one, okay. Risk management is a process of a systematic application of management policies, procedure, and practices to the task related to communication, consultation, establishing the context, identifying, analyzing, evaluating, treating, monitoring, and reviewing the risks. As you know, what is the objective of the risk management? We want to increase the likelihood of success. At the same time, we want to minimize the threats and maximize the opportunities. Again, with the definitions, what is internal audit? It is an independent, objective assurance and consulting services. The objective is to add value to the and improve our operations through a systematic approach and to evaluate and improve the risk management effectiveness and control and governance. Again, what is the definition of the synergy? Simply, if you have one entity plus another entity, if they work together, they will achieve more than two. This is the simple definition of synergy. So basically, one and two entities, they work together to achieve greater results. So what is currently going on between the risk management and the internal audit? We have the risk managers, we have the internal auditors. Each entity have its own objectives, and they are carried away doing their routine work. The risk managers are doing their risk assessment, risk mitigation, etc., and the internal audit are carried away through their internal audit assignments. We aim to have a synergized objective. If they reach such objective, they absolutely will add more value and they achieve bigger results. So why should risk management and internal audit improve that synergy? Synergy will lead simply to effective risk identification, improved audit plan, better risk mitigation and controls, and more informative reporting. So in general, what are the internal audit core role within an ERM? So basically, what are the functions that could be essential to internal audit to, let's say, to add value to the ERM? In general, internal audit could provide assurance on the risk management processes. They could provide assurance, again, that risks are correctly evaluated. The key word here, you'll notice that it's assurance. They could evaluate the risk management processes. They could evaluate and the reporting of the key risks. Also, they could review the risk management, the management of the key risks. Again, what are the acceptable roles of the internal audit within the ERM? We call it legitimate internal audit roles, but again, with safeguards. So we need to be careful when we apply such, let's say, practices. They could facilitate in identification and evaluation of the risks. They could coach the management in responding to risks. They could coordinate ERM activities. They could consolidate. They could do a consolidated report on risks. Also, they could maintain and develop the ERM framework. If there is a company without ERM department, they could champion the establishment of such division. Also, they could develop ERM strategy for board approvals. Now, the third chapter, which is the forbidden role for the internal audit to get involved in the ERM. This role, we call them the taboos. Again, this role should not be involved. The internal audit should not get involved in these underlying roles. First of all, they should not set the risk appetite. They should not impose risk management processes. Also, they should not give assurance on risks. They should not be taking decision on the risk response. They should not be implementing risk responses on management behalf. The last one, they should not be accountable for the risk management. So currently, what are the synergy challenges? We have somehow confusion in the ERM and internal audit roles. Each one have different perspective and terminology, and somehow we have a lack of communication. But these gaps are closing gradually. The Risk Management Society, along with the Institute of the Internal Auditors, are aligning the terminologies and definitions. Also, both parties are using the specific risk management standards. For example, the ISO 31000, 2018, the International Professional Practices Framework, IPPF, also the COSO ERM framework. So we will highlight the key synergy practices. These practices are endorsed by the joint report issued by the IAA and the RIMS Society. First one is they recommend the link of the internal of the audit plan and the enterprise risk assessment and share other work products. The second key practices is share available resources wherever or whenever possible. The third practice is cross-leverage each function respective competencies, roles, and responsibilities. And the last one is assess and monitor strategic risks. We will go through each one in more details. We'll start with the first key practice. So basically, when we talk about the linkage between the audit plan and the risk enterprise risk assessment, risk management and internal auditor could conduct a single joint enterprise risk assessment. They also could link the risk-based audit plan with the enterprise risk assessment findings. Also, they could, the ERM results should be shared with internal audit so that this consideration can be factored into an audit plan. Discussing the risk-based audit plan with the risk management team will provide an insight gathered from different perspectives on organizational governance and enterprise oversight. What are the value, let's say, added? First, it will eliminate the redundancies in identifying critical risks. Also, it will have a common and aligned view of the risks. Also, there will be a consistent risk management vocabulary. For the second practice, which is the share of the available resources whenever and wherever possible. So basically, if we have two pools, one of the ERM function and one is the internal auditors, it's recommended to have somehow maybe assignment-based or maybe for a certain period of time, a shared staff. For example, the internal auditors could add the systematic test to that team. Then the ERM could add the risk-based thinking. The internal auditors could add the independence and objectivity since they report directly to the audit committee. The ERM team could provide the proactive approach and mentality. And they could also provide a robust risk assessment. The third key practice is the cross-leverage each function, respective competencies, role, and responsibility. Simply, similar to internal audit, companies could develop a formal risk management charter to define risk management roles, responsibility, and rights, etc. What are the benefits of the cross-leverage? It will increase the effectiveness through open communication. Together, they spend time with company executive. Also, it could developing together a common risk language and framework. For the last key practice, which is assess and monitor strategic risks, conducting a regular meeting between the ERM and the internal audit staff greatly enhance the internal audit functions and the overall understanding of the macro risk profile. It is important for both risk management and the internal audit staff to stress the importance of proactively assessing and monitoring the risk, the strategic risks, and recommend the methodologies to manage them. In conclusion, both risk management and internal audit function are vital to any organization, but working in synergy and collaboration will improve both function and the whole organization. There are specific areas that internal audit could coordinate with the risk management function to improve the risk process. And last one is key synergy practices are highly recommended to improve overall managing of risk within any organization. At the end, internal audit and ERM, they are called the risk and control experts. They should work with the same boat mentality. They should eliminate any barriers. If they do that and they implement such recommended practices, absolutely they will add value to any organization. Thank you for listening to this short presentation and last one in the conference. And if you have any questions, feel free to post it through the Q&A or the chat section.
Great, thank you, Mohammed, for the great presentation. And I'm taking Abdelaziz's place here, but I want to thank everybody for this successful conference. The organizing committee, including Dr. Mohammed, Abdelaziz, for a well handling of the proceedings of the 2-day conference. We found this conference to be very educational, very helpful, and we appreciate also the participants who still kept staying with us, and they went through the different sessions. We really appreciate all of your participation, and also the willingness of the speakers to come. Some of them, we understand that they had to stay up or wake up early in the morning just to make it for this conference, which I really appreciate. And we look forward to seeing you in future conferences. Hopefully the future conferences, they're going to be semi-live and semi-virtual or a hybrid, what they call it. And we will take advantage of both, having speakers, from all over the world coming or being able to participate with us. I think this is, a stepstone for, a different look at holding conferences in the future. So once again, I thank you. Thank you, Abdelaziz. The mic is back to you.
Thank you, Manasir, very kind word. Again, thanks for the speakers. Thank you for the participants. We still have 350 plus participants. We would like to thank also KBC CEO, Mr. Hashim, for sponsoring the event. And everybody that attended the 2-day conference will be receiving electronically their certificate. For those that did not complete the evaluation form, please do so. And we will see you, inshallah, in the 7th ERM conference, hopefully soon. So thank you, everybody. And it was my honor to be the moderator for this conference. Thank you. Bye-bye.